Hallöchen, einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Ich kau noch eben zu Ende. Hallo. Ich freue mich, dass ihr dabei seid zu einer weiteren Runde. The Great Ace Attorney. Mit dabei mal wieder Crimson und Shadow. Hallo.
Ja, moin.
Guten Tag. Kau schneller. Was hast du da im Mund? Kau schneller.
Classic.
Was hast du da im Mund? Meine Tastatur.
Nein, du hast da was zwischen den
Ja,
Zähnen.
stimmt. Meine Tastatur. Mal eben das Spiel noch starten. Musik ganz galant leise drehen. Loading, please do not turn your PC off. Yes, yes. Oh, mein Bildschirm übertragen. Schön. Press any key. I don't know, where is the any key?
Anakin Skywalker.
Ah, ich wollte es diesmal nicht
Any
sagen.
keys. Buffy, bist müde. Oh no. Ja, kein Wunder, du bist wahrscheinlich wieder schon seit 6 Uhr, 5 Uhr oder sonst was wach. Lass dich von uns einlullen.
Ich bin auch seit circa 6 Uhr wach. Na und? Falle ich deswegen jetzt um?
Mitten beim Essen. Und you. Yes. So, ich habe keine Ahnung, wie es weitergeht. Wir sind gespannt. Oh, ja.
Die Ärmste hat
Seit
Zahnschmerzen.
5 Uhr sogar. Ja. Oh no. Habe ich den Herd angelassen?
Habe ich einen Briefkasten geleert?
Habe ich davor noch was? War da noch, Nein. Einfach nur der 9. Januar. Alles klar. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. Stimmt, wir haben jetzt einfach nur wir hatten jetzt einfach nur Tutorial. Mit den Dance of Devotion. Good, thanks. Thanks for nothing. Oh,
Du
Szene.
meinst Dance of Deduction.
Ah ja, stimmt, Dance of Devotion.
Devotion war aus Spirit of Justice. Der kommt ein paar hundert Jahre später.
Danke. Nein, Waffe, ich mache jetzt nicht. Ich kann jetzt nicht auf Simlish reden.
Do it.
Das macht keinen Sinn. Doch. Aber Fnüdi, mach. Für den noch.
Taschtuch.
Taschtuch? Simsi, aber Frau, Koashni, Dene. Oh Gott, das klang sehr, sehr nach Simlish. Ich werd besser. Früher mein Fake-Japanisch. Ich habe in der Zwischenzeit auch sehr viel Sims 4 gespielt. Unga Tete. Schnipsor. Nee, das Schnipsor.
Wie oft hast du das Video gegeben? Yes.
Einmal.
Einmal nach dem anderen Mal, ja.
Ich habe sehr angefangen zu lachen. Was war das? Nach dem Susul und wie sie dann einfach knallhart weitergemacht hat. Ich bin noch Appetit. We didn't manage to investigate at all. Ja, no shit, Shomes. Sherlock. Apropos, die Leute, die nicht hilfreich waren.
Hä?
And I imagine that we won't be able to do that for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
That is right.
Look at my abs. Meine Güte. Gab's das Shirt nicht eine Nummer größer?
People need to see my belly button.
He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He's also a great magician. Oh. See? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Ja. Lass mal zurück in unsere Cabin gehen, vielleicht. Oder ja. Ah ja. New things, apparently. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. I hope he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Where is he? Ah, da. Hello. Old chap. How are you? Oh Gott, was mit ihm passiert? Shadow, möchtest du?
Ach, darf ich den jetzt kriegen?
Du darfst den, ja.
Okay, gut. Nur zur Info, ne? Falls ich doch mal abbrechen sollte, irgendeiner am Haus fängt schon wieder an, mit dem Hammer rumzuschwingen.
Yay, um 21 Uhr?
Yep.
Niemand kümmert sich um die Nachtruhe.
Wozu jetzt? Och, ich habe den ganzen Tag Zeit. Ich fange mal an, wenn es dunkel ist.
Und bei mir war so um Punkt 12 Uhr. Fängt an zu reden, hämmern, keine Ahnung. Ich so, Mittagsruhe, Bitch.
Ja, ist hier nicht. Das ist, jeder macht hier, was er will.
Hallo.
Aber sobald man einmal selber etwas bisschen lauter ist, dann steht sie vor der Tür.
Aber Lilly würde nicht einfach drauf lossingen. Sie würde bis nachts warten, wenn sie niemand dabei stört.
Alter, ich habe selber Schiss.
Axel verblendet die Sonne beim Hämmern.
Ich habe selber Angst, wenn ich irgendwie, keine Ahnung, nachts ins Bad gehe und mein Geschäft erledige, ne, dass da irgendwann mal einer vor der Tür. Herr Shadow, Sie furzen zu laut. Das geht aber gar nicht. Das ist Ruhestörung.
Und dann einfach noch so knallhart plötzlich ein Mikro zücken. Einmal bitte Gang 5 aufwischen.
Es täte mich nicht wundern, wenn das irgendwann passiert. Sie furzen zu laut. Das ist Ruhestörung. Was kann ich dafür, wenn die Schallisolierung so kacke ist?
Sie wird anders auf Toilette.
Herr Shadow, jetzt reicht es. Das geht so nicht.
Amon.
So.
Hier nichts. Das erfahren wir jetzt.
Ja. You're back.
Inspector! What happened to you? Your faces!
I sneezed. Please don't worry about it. It's just a scratch.
Tis but a scratch.
Na, ist auch nur eine Fleischwunde.
Die hat nachts gehämmert, Amon.
Hör mal, wer da hämmert.
Maybe by a bear? Also made by a bear, maybe.
Ja, da war live bei Pokémon Legends Arceus gegen einen Ursaring gekämpft.
Oh, Patz.
Wenn er tot ist, give him the permission to investigate. I wait for my next line. He told me he'd Pummel.
Pummel.
Ich weiß, es lädt da nur so ein.
Oh.
Wie Pummelparty.
Oh. Pimmelparty!
Was? Pimmelparty? Was?
Pimmelparty!
He told me he'd pimmel me with his fist.
No!
And toss me overboard.
Es geht wieder gut los. Nehmt euch einen Keks, setzt euch hin, macht's euch schön bequem.
mir leid.
Das nennt sich. Wie heißt das? Nicht Packing. Nein, fuck, wie heißt das nochmal?
Packing Order.
Pegging. Nicht Packing Order, Pegging Order. Oh.
Packing Order.
Jo, ich geh da mal schlafen.
Oh, da will ich rumpummeln.
What?
Ich zieh das durch!
No.
But the pimmeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard.
Oh, it was good then, okay.
It was a good pimmeling, so it was nothing really.
It looks like he was joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks for your efforts. We now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh?
Boffi, selbst wenn du mich jetzt hier bannen würdest, ich bin immer noch im Discord. I bumped into a man claiming to the detective a little while ago.
Vergiss nicht, der ist auch im Discord-Mod.
Sure. Dann weniger Sprechrolle für mich, ne? Also mein Schaden soll es nicht sein. Kann ich dafür, wenn ihr was gegen Spaß habt? Ja, bitte.
Hast du die schon?
Ich hab schon, ja.
Hör
doch mal zu, Mädel.
Nee. Boffi hat mich abgelenkt.
Ah, ne, ja. Aber ich wieder, ne?
Hallo, Tiax.
I think this name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think that he was a German thought. So.
Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out.
Yes, let's do it. Alter, ey. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door?
Oh, do you know who she is?
Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know the graceful angel?
Why are you turning him to a German?
Oops, I think I upset him there.
Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least.
Oh? How?
Because around committing crimes, though they?
They do!
They do.
Have you read the Bible?
Wait for Dahlia. Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Fatality. Inspector, has the investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police.
Yeah, about that. Sister to fix the shelf.
So I'm just keep a watch here, trying to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you.
Oh? What?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
What is this new information you have, Inspector?
It's this. The Boyer Medical Office has finished its examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report.
Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report.
Wait for the update.
Kazuma-sama,
So, what was the cause of death?
Stop living.
He died because he died. He's dead because
He died because he was killed. People die when they are killed.
Damage to the cerebral
I don't know.
Cervical vertebra.
Vertebra. Bra.
Erdrosselt? Oder erstickt?
Is what's
Ich
written
glaube,
in the report.
Vertebra ist irgendwie ein Wirbelknochen. Aber Cervical weiß ich jetzt nicht, wo das genau hingehört. Könnte ein Halswirbel sein, keine Ahnung. Soll ich mal googeln?
Ja. Das Einzige,
Ich würde
was
sagen,
ich
einfach
im
mal,
Englischen so wirklich
knack
überhaupt
Licht
nicht
aus.
kann. Medizinische Fachausdrücke im Englischen. Das ist einfach ein Halswirbel, alles klar, dankeschön. Er hat eine harte Nackenschelle gekriegt, alles klar. Das ist so das, was ich überhaupt nicht zu irgendwas zurückführen kann. Im Deutschen ist es immer, ich habe Kopfschmerzen, ich habe Unterleibsschmerzen, oh, mein Oberarm ist gebrochen, bla bla. Das kannst du alles noch verstehen.
Buffy hat recht.
Ein deftiges Schnitzel kassiert.
Auch damit hat er recht.
Ist euch aufgefallen, dass es in dem Raum jemand ermordet wurde? Die Kennzeichen einer Leiche am Boden lassen darauf schließen. Nein!
Wo gibt's denn sowas?
Ein Halswirbel, okay. Yes. Oh, danke, das ist Sato.
His neck was broken?
Thanks for the translation.
Aber habt ihr nicht gesagt, dass
But you
man
didn't do anything, Buffy.
My work here is done. Woo! My work here is done. Woo! You didn't do anything exact. Did I? Did I? Wie nennt das Nimoy? In der Monorail-Folge. Oh! Ich liebe
Rude.
ihn! Aber haben sie nicht gesagt, dass man nichts sehen konnte? Moment! Also erstens haben sie nicht gesagt, dass man nicht sehen konnte, was ihn getötet hat. Und zweitens hatte er dann keine Zeit mehr, noch eine Nachricht zu schreiben. Es ist Mias Fall all over again. Shoot, Takumi! Don't recycle your ideas! Even more!
It works so well.
Aber es ist halt wirklich 1:1 jetzt so langsam.
Also mit dem Fall kopieren sie zwar den Fall von Mia, da das aber weit vor diesem Fall
Eigentlich
steht.
genau andersrum.
Das hat mir dann einfach nur verdient. Wenn sie so eine miese
Fucking
Kopiererin
Rip-Offs.
ist, so Abschreiberin.
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. Ich habe keine Ahnung, mit welchen Akzenten und Dialekt ich mit denen in der switche. Ich habe
Sprich einfach Englisch.
Speak English, do you speak it?
So at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found a trace of poison in this system at all.
Well, what weapon was used then?
Nothing has been found as yet. But the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may
Where's the thinker?
object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark.
Okay, Punkt.
Die Statue da im
Die
Regal.
Statue. Das auch gerade. Where's the thinker? Die Statue da oben.
Oder wie Buffy sagt, give him a German accent.
Oh Gott. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
How does she know all this?
Ridiculous
She did it.
sentence.
Does she start the line of assassins called The Killer?
Aber müsste es nicht. Aber trotzdem müsste man doch irgendwie einen Einschlag, irgendwie eine Kerbe im Nacken sehen. Oder eine Blut.
Bei einem stumpfen Objekt ist vielleicht ein blauer Fleck
Und der
übrig
blaue
geblieben.
Fleck, ja. Irgendwas Blutrinnsal-mäßiges. Wenn du so feste zuhaust, dass der Typ stirbt.
Vielleicht die Schwertscheide mit der flachen Seite.
Also irgendwas muss es am Körper hinterlassen haben.
Ja. Poor Cosima.
I have a second copy of the report. Report, genau. Report.
Repertoire.
Repertoire.
Andernfalls wäre ich halt immer. Wir haben seine Leiche nicht gesehen. Ich wäre immer noch skeptisch, ob er wirklich tot ist.
Was ich nicht sehe, ist nicht da. Was ich nicht sehe, ist nicht da. Der ist gar nicht tot.
Bei mir hat man es gesehen. Da saßen Maya daneben, hat geheult.
Und
Also
wie
ja-
gesagt, ja, sie ist noch warm.
Ja.
If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you.
Ich heule so, wenn irgendjemand nachher kommt und wirklich sagt, updated Autopsy Report, ne?
Das wäre der Hammer.
Das ist der Moment, wo ich das Spiel quitte.
After all, if I didn't trust you, which I
Buffy
don't,
freut sich schon. Ja, sie bricht das Spiel ab. Mhm.
I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
True. Oh. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Giving the cause of injury as a cervical spine injury. There was no traces of external injury or poison. Noch was anderes, was da drin steht? Oder? Ich mach mal eben in die court record. Es steht da noch was drin. Victim, male, Far Eastern. Time of death, somewhere between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae. Vertebrae. Hallo, Saku! Vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ich mal sagen. Nein, er hat doch 5 Minuten länger gelebt. Ich seh's so kommen, ey. Ich seh's kommen. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. Dann muss doch irgendwas an blauem Fleck übrig sein, Mann. No obvious external
Die Frage
injuries or
ist
traces
jetzt
of
noch-
blood.
Die Frage ist jetzt noch, wer ist dann unser Mörder, unser Red White?
Ja.
Wer ist hier so posch und
Na,
so
man-
von sich selbst? Oh Gott, es ist Sherlock Holmes.
Oh shit.
Ja, das wär's ja noch.
The Great Detective. Speaking of. Wir haben den wahrscheinlich noch nicht getroffen, wer derjenige ist. Welcher.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much. As he crept about on the floor investigating.
Ew. Es ist noch nicht 20 Uhr, Leute.
Hä?
Klar, 20 Uhr ist durch.
Nein. Ach, 22 Uhr, Entschuldigung.
Ich wollte gerade sagen.
Der nächste Zehner. 10. Ja, manchmal sage ich 6 statt 6 Uhr sage ich 8. Also, ne, 18 Uhr statt 16
You're not
Uhr
good
und
with
so weiter.
numbers, we know.
Nein, ich bin nicht gut.
Stop being Goku.
Ich fühle Chiara. Chiara hat kein Zeitgefühl.
Niemand hat ein Zeitgefühl.
Chiara, welche Jahreszeit haben wir?
Sommer?
Du hast geraten.
Faktisch Richtung Herbst.
Uhrzeiten sind unlogisch. How can a quarter be past 7?
My favorite color is 7.
Zeiten ist schwierig, aber Uhrzeiten sind unlogisch. Ja, siehst du. Wenn es 8 ist, kann es doch nicht 18 Uhr sein. Warum haben wir keine 10er-Schritte? Warum sind es 12er? Mann!
Hey, sag mal, wann treffen wir uns? Na, 7:45. Ich will eine Uhrzeit, keine Matheaufgabe!
Gut, dass wir nicht französisch sind.
Oh Gott, hör mir auf die Franzosen.
Die treffen uns um 17 Uhr, ja, fick dich.
Was war die Neuf?
Ich will nicht mehr rechnen.
99. Verdammt, ich hab tatsächlich 99 gesagt. Fuck!
Sie wollte mir jetzt tatsächlich erzählen, sie hatte einen Schlafmodus. Das hatte ich letzte Woche noch, danach nicht mehr.
Okay.
Was ist das für ein Boot?
Ich war doch gar nicht, ich wollte gerade.
Achso, Entschuldigung.
Mano, ihr habt die ganze Zeit über Uhrzeiten geredet.
Entschuldigung.
Da wollte ich nicht reinreden.
Entschuldigung.
So, welches hatte ich denn hier? Also, investigate, das hatte ich ja. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Hmm. Yeah, he was finished.
He was bored. Ja, alte Taste. Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said.
Shoe polish? I wonder what
Shoe
he
polish.
meant.
Schuhwichse.
Das heißt Stiefelwichse.
Was will er mit einem polnischen Schuh? Ah, ich gehe schon.
Was? Stiefelwichse Bill? Hieß er nicht so?
Ich bin ja sowieso nicht wichtig, ich mach die mal alleine.
Jetzt weißt du, wie es sich anfühlt, ich zu seinem letzten Stream. Achso, ich bin das ja gerade. Ich habe gerade auf seinen Namen geachtet. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see?
Ah, so, das soll Shoe polish sein.
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it.
Even though it's not colored purple.
It's a bit purple in the right light.
But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's a shoe polish? Hat er dran geleckt?
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
What is it, Sato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Did somebody say leather shoes?
Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then.
My gently toned Egyptian buttocks.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine. Red white? Red
Roll
wine?
credits!
Yes, oh god, red wine.
But darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish in Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor?
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post and, well, streicheln. My fellow crewmates' eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
That next.
Poor Inspector, you look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I'm fine.
Oh.
I feel terrible that I failed to protect. Snarf.
Hey.
I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asuki-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I can pronounce this word right. I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning.
A heavy head? That's interesting.
Woher bist du's?
Ugh, my head's still throbbing too.
Ich gehe in die Ecke und schäme mich.
War irgendwas
ja,
im
sehr gut,
Hühnchen
richtig
drin?
erkannt. Das war Lua.
Schnarf, schnarf.
Schnarf.
Throbbing. Head. The other head. Not that head.
Das andere, mit dem er denkt.
Oh.
Yeah, he was enjoying himself.
Kann ich mir das Hühnchen nochmal ansehen? Oh, a knife! No! Wo muss ich nochmal? Guten Tag.
Einfach anklicken?
Hallo.
Den hatte ich auch noch.
Ja, den hast du auch.
You! Moment, oh Gott, welchen Akzent gebe ich denn heute?
Oder schon.
Russisch.
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 Why are you Austrian?
You there! Where did you go?
Oh, sorry. I just went to next door cabin and...
Ich gebe ihm kein Russisch. Why? Who gave you permission for this?
Well, Seaman Hosonaga did.
That new Japanese, was it?
Ich weiß nicht, wie ich das finde, dass man mit dem Fahnenkreuz auf Leute zeigt.
And throw him in cold room.
No. Oh, poor Hosonaga. Oh, it's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, I'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. When we get back to Japan.
You mean if we get back?
If. Du meinst falls.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san.
So, wir gucken uns das nochmal an. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf.
They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember.
Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you?
You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins lead to damage.
It's a crime scene, you dum-dum.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now. They're neatly lined up. I can relax when things are untidy. I can't relax when things are untidy.
It's still a crime scene, you dum-dum.
How can you relax at a crime scene anyways?
Jeder wird auf seine eigene Tür, wenn wir sinken.
This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diary. Also, das hatten wir schon.
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san.
We will.
Rock you.
Anything else? Oh, das muss ich mal nochmal angucken. Okay. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it would have just spelled out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian.
Which begs the question of who did write it.
Ja, drück die Daumen, Saku.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche.
We do the fandango.
Ah, das kann ich mir angucken. Susato! Kletter hoch! So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. A speckled band, as he described it.
If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are.
Yes. I wonder if she tells us everything, though.
I'm not sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me.
Wenn ich kurz eine Frage zwischenwerfen darf, bei Shadow weiß ich aber, wer hier spielt sonst noch Genshin Impact? Ich habe heute angefangen.
Saku. Ich, naja, hab auch angefangen, aber...
Ja.
Hat das erste Mal angefangen zum Release und letzte Woche das zweite Mal, aber ich habe noch nicht weitergespielt.
Ja gut, ich bin halt auch noch praktisch in Mondstadt erst.
Ja, ja.
Wir müssen uns alle als Freunde haben, dann spielen wir zusammen. Streams! Multistreams!
Wup, wup.
Oh je.
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. What is it anyway?
Das ist wie eine Glocke. Oder ein... Ja, oder? Looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else?
Because he's a great detective, of course.
That's hardly a reason, is it?
But is he a Pikachu?
Yes. Ich will mir das zeigen, warte mal. Nee, kann ich nicht. Kann ich nicht. Okay. Nein, gut. Ja, und darf ich wieder rausgehen?
Ja, da ist die Tür.
Oh, ich darf? Ich darf rausgehen, okay. Gut. Shrooms, are you here?
Look, Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganoff has gone.
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
Ah, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Ryunosuke. You want to speak? Tralala.
Tralala.
Oh god, it's a river person.
Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tralala.
Oh.
Oh no, it's him. Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay, I did it the great detective way.
He has his own jingle. Great. He has a theme song.
This caroling, I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Not that curious!
Definitely, before that stringing knot is Stroganoff. Crewman comes back.
Yeah, sag ich doch. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot.
Tra-la-li-la-la!
Tralalala.
Here it comes. Yeah, look.
Miss Pavlova isn't back yet.
Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Sosoto-san. Oh! Ooh, where she's gone. Oh. Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
Panty raid!
There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
Panty raid!
I suppose you're right, but for Kazuma's sake.
Tagebuch gucken wollen, da kriegen wir aufs Maul.
Susato ist sehr, sehr hypokritisch.
Ja, sehr heuchlerisch, wirklich.
Not just for Kazuma-san.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will.
Ich mach mir nichts aus Stroganoff.
Sie sprach's wie eine Romanov.
Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detectives, great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Boria. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Katze?
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak? Warum hat sie die Charaktereigenschaften von Pearl? Aber Pearl war mindestens 8 Jahre alt.
Ja, Pearl mit 17 war auch nicht besser.
Nein.
Nicht viel. Oh, weißt du noch, dieser eine Fancomic dazu, dass sie einfach behindert ist?
Was?
Was?
Da gab es einen Fancomic
Was?
dazu. Ich glaube, das war auch von derselbe Künstler, der auch dieses Eat Your Hamburgers, Apollo. Ich glaube, das war damit. Das wirklich, in dem Comic wurde halt einfach diskutiert, warum ist Pearl, wie sie ist? Ich meine, sie musste auch mal was gelernt haben. Also, sie war praktisch hirntot, wenn man es so nehmen möchte.
Gut.
Ah.
Pearl ist einfach wirklich als geistig behindert hingestellt worden. Es würde so viel Sinn machen.
Naja, um ehrlich zu sein, jeder in Ace Attorney ist so ein bisschen geistig, ne?
Anders.
Ja, gut. Aber
Ja.
der Richter ist einfach nur alt.
Hey, was los, Junge?
Nimm deine Sauerkirschen, Opa, dann ist gut.
Scheiße, ich krieg's Glas nie auf.
Dann lass dir helfen.
Is this ship quite safe?
Hat man eben geklickt. I'm sure that even if there's a leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
Offi, jetzt wo du es sagst, ich erinnere mich auch an den Teppich, dass ich ihn schon mal irgendwo habe liegen sehen.
Jeder hat diesen Teppich schon mal gesehen.
Ist das wirklich so ein Standardteppich von vor 30, 40, 50 Jahren?
Meine Oma hat auch so einen.
So ziemlich, ja.
Yep.
Oder eben vor 200 Jahren? Scheiße.
Dieses Glasschälchen mit dem Blattmuster, ja. Ist einfach sehr, sehr 1900 oder Ende 1800.
There are a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
Egal. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Russian ones.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian.
Called
Why
it!
did you call that?
Thanks.
Take a sip every time Kiara calls a thing.
I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that.
Ist das eigentlich schon mal aufgekommen, dass das Bücherregal da genauso aussah wie bei uns in der anderen Kabine vorhin?
Ich merk's es jetzt. All the books have toppled over together. Look. Every single one. Don't you dare. Sato.
Do you think that's a god? That's a god of the sea, perhaps?
He's toppled too, though. Achso, die Statue. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase.
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from the ballet company?
All right, then. It must have been you.
What the fuck are you talking
Oh
about?
Gott.
You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
How many Pearl references do you want in this game?
Yes. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know.
Well, anyway,
No!
I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. La 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 la. Blah, 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 blah.
I don't like this character.
Ja.
I really don't like this character.
Wenn sie nicht gerade dumm ist, ist sie großartig.
Und ich war im ersten Fall noch so, oh, sie ist cool. Und jetzt ändert sich meine Meinung. Oh Mann. Ja, Dropbox, danke.
Ich hätte wirklich, ich nehme jeden Danganronpa-Charakter lieber
Du bist
als
Junko,
als sie.
richtig?
Wie?
Junko.
Ich würde lieber Junko nehmen als die, ey. Ganz ehrlich.
Junko kann wenigstens Jojo-Poses.
Und sie ist wenigstens interessant.
Aha. Aber wo waren das letztens? Ach ja, genau, da haben wir The Boys geguckt, ne, Staffel 2. Und du hast gesagt, ich mag die. Und dann plötzlich so, die mag ich nicht mehr.
Ja.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
This is the same here. Just that only that Susato is a nice
She's
character.
stupid.
She's a nice character. She's a good character, not a bad character. She's a protagonist's son.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
They're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rule of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. The special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes, so do I.
Ach, sieh mal, ein Expander!
Na, ich habe mich verklickt. Warum kann ich mir diese... Na gut, dann gehen wir in den Schrank.
Naruto-san, are you there?
Sorry? I'm right here, yes, why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Ist sie.
Wow! Wow!
Oh Gott.
Susato, ich mag dich, aber... dich.
Burn. Yes.
Sorry, aber ich bin ganz ehrlich,
I might
ich
be
mag
weird,
sie nicht.
but I
Ich
don't
mag
like
sie.
In the closet. Willst du darauf
Oh
anspielen, dass
Gott.
ich ein closeted gay bin, oder was?
Yes! Offensichtlich! Wie viele Anspielungen brauchst du noch? Das hatten wir letztes Mal schon.
All of the homo. Jetzt mag ich sie wieder. Savage.
Wieso? Ich mag sie, aber dass sie so
Ich weiß
in einer
nicht.
ganz anderen Box sind. Nicht einfach nur out of the box, sondern in einer ganz anderen Box. Die einfach nichts damit zu tun hat.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know?
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one.
I would.
It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. One size fits all. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too.
Yes, it's a belt cord. I can't resist.
Susato! She barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tuck too. Well, nothing happens.
But nobody came.
Oh. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret! So this is the ventilator. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although, what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would
Die of gas poisoning. Yay! That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator.
Der Luftschacht macht halt wirklich null Sinn, außer für den Plot, für den Fall.
Na, vielleicht eine Luftzirkulierung, aber sonst.
Wo denn? Es gibt sonst kein anderes Loch. in diesen Wänden.
Oh ja, auf der anderen Seite ist keins. Das ist aber blöd. Dann
Das ist auf der Rückwand, wenn wir uns jetzt noch hinten drehen können. Es wäre nicht mal ein Bullauge da.
nicht.
Oh, tea. It would seem this teapot is empty.
Down it.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hadn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
Ich erwarte von den beiden eigentlich schon fast die Stepladder-Diskussion.
Oh, please.
Sie haben die Dynamik.
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know?
So you'll do it? Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. Throw me in the bin!
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly, we have no choice.
Throw me in the bin is the new step on me.
There's hardly anything here at all. Who would have thought?
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Well, thanks for nothing then. Irgendwas zu übersehen? Coat hangers? Oh, die Tür muss ich noch gucken, ne? What? This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across on its own accord, would it?
No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery, using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in.
So you wouldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either? I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. It's one. Just one. Oh. So, hier sieht alles gut aus. Rup. Ich mal eben die Maus. Wo ist meine Maus? Da ist meine Maus. Okay. Haben wir. Ich hätte gern so ein Hotspot-Ding.
Also wie die Tab- oder Leertaste, ne?
Bett? Bett nicht.
Bett!
Dann sind wir ja durch, anscheinend. Es ist komisch, normalerweise wird mir was gesagt, wenn ich durch bin. Aber es sieht durch aus, ne?
Sieht sehr durch aus. We can leave this room.
Ja. Aber normalerweise müsst ihr doch was sagen, wenn wir durch sind. Da muss doch irgendwas passieren. Ich vertraue dem nicht. Ich muss irgendwas übersehen haben.
Gab es nicht noch irgendwas, wo man sich Items angucken kann und dann wird irgendwas gequatscht?
Aber wir haben ja jetzt nicht großartig irgendwas aufgenommen.
Ja, eben. Ich hab gar nichts angesehen.
Und dann raus
So,
hier.
dann halt raus aus dem Zimmer.
Ich bin das nicht mehr gewöhnt, dass mir nicht gesagt wird, dass ich fertig bin. Was machst du da?
Nothing?
It's Mr. Sholmes, look!
Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next to you.
He's seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Tra-la-la-lee-ra-lee-ra-lee, I did it the great detective way.
He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Doodle-doodle-doop, doodle-doodle-doop.
Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when the yard bit off more. Oh, that is
And it could chew.
Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when the yard bit off more than it could chew.
Oh, warte.
Frank Sinatra,
Oh ja.
My Way.
Moment.
And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about.
Ich glaube, der Song ist ein bisschen später entstanden.
Doesn't matter.
Excuse me? I stopped it
It
all.
all, and I stood tall and did the great detective way.
Why? I did it my way. That is not, hier, urheberrechtsverletzend. Hup. Schaums hatte die Idee einfach zuerst. Sinatra hat von ihm geklaut.
Sinatra, der Faker. Oh, nice.
Mr. Sholmes!
What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting the fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach a climatic finish.
You did. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any.
Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks.
That's more of a dance than a dance of deduction. Bonk, bonk. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away, ich dann auch rumzuwedeln. Steck die Fäuste wieder ein. Hat keine Animation, um das wieder aufzubrechen.
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily-built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh, yes, the ship's log. Log, log, it's big as bad as wood.
Log, log, it's better than bad, it's wood. And did you find out anything useful from it?
Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank.
Der sieht nervig aus. Du hast recht behalten, Sakko. Nennt sich Sherlock Holmes, also eigentlich Sherlock Holmes, aber seine Deductions sind sehr daneben. Aber ich mag seine Animation. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so...
You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it.
Sorry?
Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Er gibt mir Tamaki-Vibes. Ja, call me King.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour.
Oh, except for then. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes a nothing to report when there's just that. And yet...
The ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. He didn't want to lie.
Do you mean...
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
Oder das?
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
Are you dumb? Somebody died! That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place.
Also entweder ist er der Mörder oder er war zu dem Zeitpunkt, als der Pavlova auf das Schiff
Vermutlich, ja.
gekarrt
Doch,
hat.
Buffy, den Seaman-Joke kriegen wir schon mit. Wir sind halt nur nicht... doch, wir sind nach 22 Uhr. Hey, wir hätten ihn bringen können!
Ich war sehr froh, dass wir den umgehen konnten.
Damn it! So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file.
Oh, okay. I've logged it into my code record.
A record kept by the crew assigned to the first cabin area. There are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning.
Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. For once.
Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is. I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliance. Oh, ouch.
Oh, you have a headache too? What is it? Are you hurt?
Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more.
Okay, ich sag, das Hühnchen war vergiftet. Irgendwas war da drin, dass alle den Kopfschmerzen haben.
Well, my friends, until our next encounter.
Okay, meine Theorie. Der Stroganoff hat das ganze Hühnchen vergiftet sozusagen, dass alle die Nacht komplett durchpennen. Oder jemand anders, dass Stroganoff auch aus war. Deshalb hat er nicht jede halbe Stunde schreiben können, nichts passiert. Dass niemand mitkriegt, dass Pavlova in die Kabine kommt. Oder vielleicht ist dies auch gewesen. Aber der Einzige, der das Hühnchen nicht gegessen hat, weil er kein Hühnchen mag, ist Asogi, also muss der umgebracht werden.
War das ein Detail, dass er kein Hühnchen mag?
Ja. Deswegen.
Wer zur Hölle mag kein Hühnchen?
Asogi. Kasuma.
Well, he deserved to die.
Deshalb, das Hühnchen hat Yonosuke gegessen und Susato war so, das heißt, er ist hungert gestorben. So, jetzt fühle ich mich noch schlechter. Das klingt so dann, dass es stimmen könnte.
Es ist ein Ace Attorney, natürlich stimmt das.
So he died because he didn't like chicken. Serves him right.
Ja, sag ich doch. Sag ich doch.
Ist nicht schwer, ich hab die Lösung nicht offen, ich habe keine Ahnung von diesem Spiel. Außerdem würde das nicht mal in der Lösung drinstehen. Weil da nur jeder
Doch,
Schritt.
es würde drinstehen.
Nein, weil da nur jeder Schritt langsam drin steht.
Nee, gut, in dem Walkthrough nicht, aber in der Plot-Summary würde es drinstehen.
Ja, aber die lese ich nie.
Oder halt in der Charakterbeschreibung würde drinstehen. Was mag er nicht?
Da steht da auch nicht.
Da steht er meistens drin. People.
Da steht nicht, dass er kein Hühnchen mag.
Damn it!
Die Frage ist, wer
ich
war's?
meine auch nicht in der Ingame-Charakterbeschreibung,
Ja.
sondern in der Wiki-Charakterbeschreibung.
Nein, der Wiki war ja auch noch nicht.
A real wall of a man and the senior member of the Russian crew who's in charge of security around the first-class cabins. I'm sad.
Also entweder lernen den Charakter noch kennen. Oder, na gut, ja, ich kann es mir nicht vorstellen bei ihr. Na, mal gucken.
Until next encounter.
Bye bye. We meet again. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway.
Don't
Started
stop
at
me now.
There's something wrong, Susato-san. You seem lost in thought.
It's just, well, I feel the same.
Sorry. Sie hat auch Kopfschmerzen.
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too.
Okay then.
Muss ich hier noch was angucken? Maus, Maus, Maus. Oh, kann ich weg?
The door leads to the second class area.
It's locked. I can't open it. Wo soll er hin?
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. You know it wasn't me. Anything else? Warum ist das Licht aus, das Licht an?
Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance.
What?
The burly sailor...
Ja, okay, wir waren at the moment. Wir waren da schon drin.
We could investigate every last inch of that cabin.
I'm not sure if we could go that far. But we could certainly do with a little more. I'm sure we could learn something. Okay, ist noch was anderes hier? Blub, 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 blub. Blub, blub. Mach die nochmal.
First class cabin number 1.
Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin. It's Kazama-sama's.
Sorry.
You're just a stowaway.
Yeah. Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Sonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Okay, das ist der gleiche wie vorher. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Nothing new there. Blub. Let's move. Vielleicht ist er nochmal hier drin. Aha!
What's that?
Bitte sehr. Ich ist der Captain wahrscheinlich. Battelt euch.
Captain, hat der noch einen richtigen Auftritt? Haben wir den
Ich habe
jetzt
keine Ahnung, wer der
Ahnung.
Captain ist.
Ich weiß es auch nicht. Someone do it. Keiner möchte?
Moment, ich muss erst.
Ja, du mach du.
Ich muss aber das Ding Bild raus. Ist der überhaupt abgebildet, der
Glaub
Captain?
nicht.
Oder ist das einfach
Nö,
nur
ist
so?
einfach nur so.
Ach so.
Wahrscheinlich.
Aber ich stehe hier auf
Nö.
den Captain.
Ne, kein Captain. Mach du.
Wird vermutlich auch lustig sein, oder?
Ja, da.
Schat! Vessel sighted a quarter of kilometer 4. Sorry, das lädt so ein.
Es muss einfach sein. Kilometer Kantenwert ist überall.
Doch, jetzt ist name. Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands brace up for impact!
Oh.
Forget
Wait, what's the ship's name?
What the?
die Unsinkbar 2.
Oh no.
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
Oh, ein Eisberg. What?
I can't stand.
Susato-san, hold on to me! Oh, ah! Das war ein sehr wendiger Schrei. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
And everything toppled over. Again. It looks like we avoided a collision. Titan!
Stimmt. Das war das richtige Schiff. Oder? Nee, Quatsch. Das war das Schiff aus dem Roman.
Hä?
Da hat mal einer einen Roman geschrieben über ein unsinkbares Schiff mit dem Namen Titan.
Oh,
Es
ja.
hat einen Eisberg gerammt und ist gesunken.
Oh ja.
Ein paar Jahre später ist die Titanic losgesegelt und
Hühnerschrei für Hühnerske. Das war ein sehr männlicher Schrei.
I think.
Yes, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
No. I'm fine! I'm sorry. Kurz
danke,
Stil.
Apollo. Roll Credits. Yeah, we're all guessing here, I guess.
Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Oh, Inspector Sonaga. Sorry.
I'm speaking with the Russian
Scrollen wir mal
accent.
back.
Who knows?
Entschuldigung. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly!
Oh, look, the door is closed. I wonder what happened last night.
It-
What? The bolt?
Look at that!
The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again.
Zeitschleife.
Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
Oh yeah, sorry. I'd better tidy this place up for... No, don't! Why would you do that, idiot? Stop touching! Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Was? Das war ein Kapitel. Okay. To be continued.
Das hätten wir ja letztes Mal auch noch durchziehen können.
Was?
Haben wir aber nie gewusst.
Ja, eben. Who knows?
Manche Kapitel gehen eine Stunde, manche gehen 3.
Ja.
Andere gehen 14.
Ja. Na gut, das war dann ein Tag. Ein ganzer Tag. Der meistens doch unterteilt war in verschiedene. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. And had to explain why we were in there. Sorry!
You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Well,
Ah, you both look unhurt. Good.
guter Kopf, böser Kopf.
Yes,
Hurt cop, not so hurt cop.
We're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship.
Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though.
Oh, how did that happen? Jemand hat draußen die Klingel benutzt.
There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought we saw.
Paperhead. Wir sind ein bisschen abgebrochen.
Hallo, Test.
Ja, das
Ja.
ist verstanden.
Bin ich. Ab.
Yep. Ab da.
Na toll.
Danke, Discord. T-Shirt kommt. Tisch kommt. Tisch kommt.
Tischdecke kommt.
Wir haben neuen Merch. Jetzt Tischdecken-Designs. Bitteschön. Nur
Ja.
25 Euro im Shop.
Naja, und bei denen gibt es einen Wandteller, ne? Mit Danke Discord. Alles ist connected, ey. This person obviously triggered the alarm and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Aha. Dann wissen wir ja, was passiert ist gestern.
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere.
Aber nichts von Bedeutung ist gestern passiert, ja?
This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Somehow triggered the alarm. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Was it?
Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil!
We know each other. Hi.
Dressed in black, we are the men in black.
Ich wollte
Schauen Sie doch einfach mal kurz hier rein.
Warte mal, was mache ich hier?
gerade von wegen. Ich wette, Holmes hat die Glocke geläutet.
Er hat Warship Island gesehen.
Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. At least you're not a spiky devil.
You opened my traveling case. How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right. Miss Pavlova? It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man! I know he did it! He's a criminal!
It is not enough that he has killed a man. Warum weißt du das?
Da! And he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Ich hab Wichsen gesagt.
Ja, und vorhin ging's das große Rumpimmeln.
Leute.
Was denn?
Sie und vergiss nicht die Seaman, damit es halt rund ist.
You're no fun.
Take him away! He's a trespasser as well as everything else!
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are a devil.
It doesn't look good, does it?
There is cell below deck. Throw him in.
No.
Tomorrow we talk in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Und Police so, nicht unser Ding. Falsches Land, mein Freund. Bringt ihn nach Japan zurück.
Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
Nope. This is a Russian vessel. I really... Here. Is it jurisdiction?
Jurisdiction? Ja.
Jurisdiction.
Welcome to
It's a
Jurisdiction
J, not
Park.
a yay.
Welcome to your Jurisdiction Park. After my last last effort to appeal to the captain's good actions.
Drugs mir wieder ab! No!
God damn it!
Immerhin, der Chins kam noch durch von Options.
I think I'm options.
This is terrible!
Yeah, Disco tucked up. It's terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution.
Router neu starten.
Immediately!
Well,
Look at my belly button. Look at it!
No! Danke, Miss Pavlova. Cover it.
get out!
Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but
Get out now! Oh, we just needed to investigate in here to help understand what to...
Dog! Ich frag
Yells
mich
in
nicht.
Russian.
Get out in Russian.
Hat sie gerade geh weg gesagt?
How dare she? Warte. Ich hab jetzt auch umgelenkt. Na? Oh, du Svidania, sagt sie. Auf Wiedersehen, okay. Do Svidania. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Sonaga-san! Sonaga-san!
You got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin, uninvited, I mean.
Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue.
I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, so will be the least for my worries.
Oh no. I'm really sorry.
I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate, Miss.
Pavlovas Kevin.
Pavlova? Ja, hab ich doch gesagt.
Ja, kam nur nicht an. Ist nicht eine
Ja,
Schuld. Hast du Push to Talk an?
Natürlich habe ich Push to Talk an.
Amazing. Geh mal einmal aus dem Channel raus und wieder rein. Vielleicht fixt es das. Geht da? Okay.
Jetzt muss erstmal auch wieder das Spiel reinkommen.
Mhm.
Notice, this has happened. I'll have to report to the captain at once.
Ich könnte es gefixt haben.
Mal gucken.
Mal gucken. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Cue Hollock Shomes. I need a hero.
Nope, we already did that joke in another crime-solving game.
I'm a hero till the end of the night.
Wait, we did?
He's gotta be strong, he's gotta be soon, he's gotta be larger than life.
Oh, yeah. Please, just give me a little more time.
I do nothing for you. Except show your way to ship's prison cell.
Oh, thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent, I didn't kill anyone. Still 2 crimes.
And trespassing and stowing away.
Yeah, okay, I am guilty of that. Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues and, well...
Did you take a joke?
Enough! You are guilty. Ship's cell is only place fit for you.
Come on, there has to be someone! Some savior to rescue me from this crisis! Ich glaube, ich kann jetzt... Versteck mich im Schrank, tschüss! I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things!
You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates?
Hiya! Me? Why would you... Ow! Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. And I was just starting to think she was my friend.
Susato has no friends. Nobody likes her.
Sie ist halt wirklich so ein Mitlerer, ne? So, oh, jeder ist gegen ihn. Da bin ich auch gegen ihn. Ich hau ihn eine rein.
Ja, das ist so mies einfach.
Isn't there anyone who can help me out this mess? Muss ich mich bewegen?
Dreh dich mal vielleicht um.
Ah ja,
Vielleicht
stimmt,
steht da wer.
Stimmt.
Denn der ist der.
Why?
Mit dir!
Ow!
Warum? Das
Why is this
weird.
me?
Es ist so weird.
Warum, Sherlock?
Und warum hat ihn keiner bemerkt?
What the? What are you doing up there?
What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, you've got the tiara. Mr. Sholmes!
Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles felt like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh no no.
Mm-hmm. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then?
Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally.
Ah, yeah.
I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce.
I never know whether to take this man seriously or not.
Ah, you again. The great detective.
Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I
didn't
have
ask
something
for
to
it.
report to you most urgently.
Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than hook on the wall next time. What the fuck's wrong with you anyway?
What is to report? Speak!
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally.
Mm-hmm. Watch me correct your deduction. The culprit is you! Das ist so perfekt. Alle sind gerade in einem Raum, ne? Jetzt ist es Zeit, um Finger zu pointen.
What? Really?
Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case.
Heh, you're too slow.
We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this doorway, and he has handcuffs to prove it.
I didn't do it!
The trouble is,
He lives. Sorry.
kam wieder nichts durch, oder?
Nee, the trouble is.
The trouble is, ja. Da musste ich kurz husten. There doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. As oh, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Okay, ja, Fun Fact, ich brauche immer so ein bisschen, um halt zu lesen, weil die Übertragung bei mir ein bisschen laggt.
Okay, oh. Vielleicht ist das der Grund, warum-
Deswegen nicht wundern, ne? That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes. It's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Da, locked room. That is point.
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. But we've just learned how it can be locked from with no one. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin.
You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Sasato, you just witnessed what happened.
Oh yes, there is another entrance.
Nein, du wirst jetzt nicht sagen, dass jemand durch den Lüftungsschacht gekommen ist.
Well, I'm about to, so shut up. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door.
No.
What other entrance? We never discovered one.
Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man.
Bums. Da ist die Tür. Geh raus. Nutz sie.
Why do I have the feeling I won't like any one of these characters?
But Hosanna
Except
is
this
okay.
guy, because I have pity for him. The ventilator?
You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole.
That's
Phrasing.
because
Das ist ein Screenshot gewesen für Ace Attorney out of context.
No.
Oh, sowas von.
Aber sowas von.
Klippen, bitte.
That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks.
You're suggesting that the culprit entered the left and left the victim's cabin through that. It's not possible.
Ah, but it is.
No, it's not. It's really not.
And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Nicht mal sie passt da durch. Never.
Mr. Sholmes, Do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazama-sama wrote in his diary? I can hear a faint whistling sound. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill?
Precisely, my dear madam.
But what does it mean? What is this speckled band?
The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Punching the air.
There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. I'm making a top 10 list of things I have discovered, and number 8 will shock you. Behold!
Ah, what the? The fuck?
Nani?
Wo kommt die Schlange her? Oh, ist das eventuell Madames Pet? Der Snake
Was hast du sonst gedacht?
Vogel.
Ein
Katze.
geflecktes Band.
Ah, es erklärt, das Pfeifen war eine Flöte für die... Okay. Für die Schlange.
Oder vielleicht das...
Das ist kein...
Ja gut, wenn man es weiß, dann macht es ein bisschen mehr Sinn. Eventuell.
Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. Ich dachte, jetzt kriegen wir Musik zu hören.
Musik. A snake?
Indubitably.
This
Yes,
is fine.
everyone gets a ...
Ja, sehr kommunistisch hier. Mr. Sholmes, it's just one thing. Deshalb hat der Typ... Oh. Wird
Okay,
gewürgt.
first, what? And second, the fuck?
Pray, what troubles you?
Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it... the stripe band, wouldn't you?
White stripes? You both see and observe, with distinction. However,
You see, but you don't observe.
do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Aber... Zuma hat das doch aufgeschrieben. And he's the victim.
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
It's a trap! How exactly?
Währenddessen Stroganoff, this is fine.
Yes,
I'm
this is
okay.
fine. I've been in worse situation.
I think perhaps it is time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Trains haven't even been invented yet. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No.
Ach so, doch gewirkt anscheinend und dann damit den Nackenwirbel gebrochen oder so. She turned as white as a ball of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head.
This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asagi?
It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head.
I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin.
The dance of deduction.
Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Yay! Ach doch, dance of deduction. The great deduction. The game is afoot! Once more onto the reaches. Ich darf dich wieder korrigieren, nicht wahr? Intruder's identity.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
Apparently it's
And
not.
yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary.
Oh god!
The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band.
This is fine.
Whereas regrettably,
Schlange das wird zu kotzen.
Let me out! Let me out! This is fine. It's not fine.
this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have to answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back.
That's more of a
Yes,
speckled
that
band.
which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slouched skins. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India.
Intruder's identity. A beloved speckled snake. Topic
Gesundheit.
number 2, introduction. How Mr. Asogi died.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim.
I see
How
that.
did,
Somehow.
how did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury.
Nun. Well.
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Well, now, if we take that as fact, then all I just said makes sense. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no. Could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively.
No.
The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth, which do not exist.
Ist eine Würgeschlange, mein Freund.
Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
Yes, it does!
No, it doesn't.
It does. Shut up. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. It does. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't.
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
Wofür? Motive, mein Freund. Train?
Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle.
Voll mit so einem Hunde.
You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
This is still fine.
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life.
No, it's not.
There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible.
Amazing. Everything you just said is totally wrong. Conclusion. Death by a venomous snake's bite.
This is not how this works. This is not how any of this works. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of the speckled band. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Will denselben Song nochmal. Alles klar, und los. Alles auch nur so. Amazing. Everything you said was wrong.
No, Susato believes him.
Okay, vielleicht
By
nicht.
default. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine.
But why?
There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature.
Stehst du mit, Buffy? So halb. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. No, actually, but no.
Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its... I see why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name, even though it's totally bull.
Bull crap.
My dear man, it was nothing remarkable.
It was
As the
bullshit.
Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
One hand tied
Well-
behind my back. Oder?
Also the Germans say, Mike, mit links.
Hmm. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about the deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method. And will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all,
It's all bullshit.
snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah,
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see, as long as they're not lactose intolerant. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
no matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding.
Eine Maus.
Wieso haben sie aus Holmes einen Kogoromori gemacht?
Vielleicht ist er ein Imposter.
Er ist probably ein Imposter. Mal gucken.
Most likely. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Ah ja.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah,
Yes, I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling.
stimmt. Selbst diese tanzenden Schlangen bei den Schlangenbeschwörern, die achten ja mehr auf die Bewegung als auf alles andere.
Oh.
Die Musik ist ja nur für die Zuschauer.
Hmm.
But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? Which I've just explained, you moron!
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless.
Just like you. Ugh.
Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that snakes could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say,
Your theory is bullshit.
is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
Hat sie das schlaue Buch der Fehler in Fiedelschweif? Ja.
Jetzt
Also,
kriegen wieder alle ihren Dot, Dot, Dot.
Kommunismus, yay!
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
You liked it the first time, so go on. Go and have your dance. Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Would you please unshackle me?
Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, you're waiting for the dance too. Du machst das einfach extra, damit wir tanzen. Alles klar? Yes, right.
So, cast your eyes down your wrists again.
Das ist ja auch eine Magic Number, oder? What? Ta-da! You've done it again!
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go?
Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done.
I really wish you'd leave them off.
Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular once again.
Version 2.0. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So, the intruder's identity. Once again.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it?
Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
Okay. The aching heart. Oh, she cut herself or claw scratch. It's a cat, I told ya.
Du hast gesagt, das wäre ein Vogel gewesen.
Ja.
Ich habe gesagt, es wäre eine Katze.
Oh, so rum, Entschuldigung. Vorher dachte ich, es wäre ein Vogel, aber dann mit der Schlüssel auf dem Boden dachte ich auch, es wäre eine Katze. Oder bevor das mit dem Pfeifen kam, dachte ich, eventuell es wäre auch eine Katze. Aber keine Schlange. Die war überraschend.
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain.
Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh.
Ne. Sie hat keine Katzenhaare auf dem Mantel.
Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah!
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
He's not.
It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet, on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where we find the answer.
He's fine.
Oh look, it's a conveniently placed photograph.
I can do this all day.
Schön, dass sie davor steht. Ah, no! Achso, vielleicht hätte ich es mir vorher angucken sollen. You were looking over at this framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's the frame. Was los mit dir? Was los mit dir? It's the frame.
Read the line!
It's the frame that is your friend, isn't it? Because it so beautifully displays whatever you put inside it.
Completely lost. That deduction was wanting in every way.
Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it.
I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact.
Oh. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. We can be reasonably sure that Miss Pavlova's furtive glance was aimed at her friend.
And that same friend is probably responsible for the scratch on the back of her hand. We also know that whatever it is, this friend must be small enough to pass through the ventilator.
That really ought to narrow it down. Let me scout around in that direction as she looked. And first, look at this photograph and not present it. How about that?
Ah, look at the photograph in this frame.
Your frame ist the friend. Was ist los mit dir, Rionosuke? Warum ist das eine Option?
This
Er
must,
soll mal lieber seine Pommes essen.
This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
she's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. I will present to you the little kitten.
Or in
Da.
short, the Litten.
Without doubt, your friend is a little kitten we see before us.
Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darker would appear to be a Russian blue.
Haha.
And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled... You shut up! Whereas regrettably...
That cat isn't speckled at all.
This specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way.
Nope. Oh well.
What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sign that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
Eine Socke, mit der sie gespielt hat, oder ein Schal. No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slouch skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back, which doesn't make any fucking sense.
It was better hidden in her pocket! Yeah, come. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have known.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. Ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was a specialty. Oh, maybe making me believe that was a ploy. Maybe making me... or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Let's turn around and have a look at it then. Left ear. Oh, cool. Right ear. Up, up, down. So, was hast du da? Not the snake. Not. Okay.
Aber ihre Ohrringe sind schon unterschiedlich.
Ja. Right ear. Left ear. Oh, ich kann sie mir angucken, warum nicht, ne?
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair. Like little pink shells.
What's that?
Pinke Muscheln? Shelly the Killer?
Oh. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling from her ear.
Oh, that's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it?
Women do seem to love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers. And even hanging from their ears, it seems.
Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san.
And even places we can't tell you in this game.
Just
Das gleiche? Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear.
Ah, I expect that's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry.
An earring, is it? Really is tiny.
Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it's broken off. So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear.
That's the case. She doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Okay, spannend. Interessant. Ups. Ah, sie hat noch was anderes in der Hand. Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but... What is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. Ach so, so ein Gymnastik-Band. Vielleicht. Wie heißt das Ding?
I don't think so.
Oder so eine
Mal
Art.
gucken.
It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth or some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it's maybe a cat's toy. Ja, ja, okay. Oder direkt ein Katzenspielzeug.
This sort is common in the West, apparently.
How is that a toy for
Hoffen, du
cats?
bist spät.
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they bounce to catch it.
Ha! That sounds positively adorable.
It's a cat's toy.
Okay. That's the... Good. There we go.
Yes!
Ich hab Delay! Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy.
Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator.
But why? Because you're... Hast du die Katze
Und
da
die
durch...
Katze da wieder dran hochklettert an dem Glockenseil.
Hast du sie da reingeschickt oder ist die Katze da von selbst durchgeklettert? Wir sind gespannt. Na, es könnte sein, dass sie da hochgeklettert ist.
You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it.
But why? For what reason? Sehr sexy, wie sie aussehen.
My dear boy, there could only be one answer to that.
Hang on, how much older are you?
I am,
Oh,
What?
oh, never
34.
mind. Du bist 10 Jahre älter.
at least.
Continue.
After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return.
Ah.
In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova?
Ich muss nur fragen, ob irgendwo jemand eine schwarze kleine Katze gesehen hat. The tiara she would wear on stage can also be...
Die Katze hat einen anderen Dude mit der Statue erschlagen. Fall gelöst, wir können alle hingehen.
It was after I gave her food last night.
That's when it happened.
She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka. She's so naughty. Conclusion.
A beloved kitten.
Soft. So, how Mr. Sogi died. Could still be the snake though.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why?
Sheer dumb luck. Or bad luck.
According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury.
Oh.
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom.
Oh, da hat eine Katzenhaarallergie gehabt. Dadadadan.
Eine Katzenhaarallergie, die ihm den Hals gebrochen hat.
Vielleicht ist er umgekippt.
Natürlich!
Hat keine Luft mehr gekriegt, ist da hinten umgekippt, hat sich den Kopf angeschlagen, also den Nacken irgendwie an der, sonst was. Aber dann ist immer noch die Frage, wer ist reingekommen, dachte, ja, scheiße, okay, ich schreib mal eben Wardrobe auf Russisch auf den Boden.
Ich fürchte, wir müssen immer noch diesen Revolutionär überführen.
Ah, stimmt, das war ja auch noch eine Story. Falls der überhaupt an Bord ist.
What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma's body.
That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
By the way, Autopsy Report. Hier, bitteschön. Objection! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report.
Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other.
Puffy.
Der Gift auf das Fell der Katze aufgetragen und sie dann durch die Lüftung in das andere Zimmer geschickt. Dort wurde sie vor Opfer gestreichelt und diese ist durch die Berührung mit dem Gift langsam genug gestorben, um ein Graffiti zu malen. Case closed.
Im Delirium konnte er plötzlich Russisch.
His neck was...
This is fine.
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebra is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that.
Is true.
Ihr könnt mich auch als Detektiv buchen. Ja, du wirst mindestens genauso gut wie Sholmes. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some mortal freak, you know. Are you sure?
Maybe I am. You don't know.
Stroganoff is the heavy.
Oh ja.
My name is Heavy Weapons Guy. And this is my weapon.
The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken.
Das sieht so dumm aus. Now, if we take that as
No,
a
no,
fact...
no, 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 no.
Oh,
This
sorry,
is still
sorry,
me.
sorry. Yeah,
Now,
sorry.
if we take that as fact,
Who touched Sasha?
we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be? Katzenhaare.
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively, which we do not have on hand.
Ah, die Glocke ist wahrscheinlich von ihrem Katzenspielzeug, der mit abgefallen ist. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably Darker didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and dealt him a fatal blow. With a statue?
I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly.
Sag ich doch. Katzenallergie. Solved.
It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh, yes. A bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Yes, I was.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Er ist auf der... Oh. Auf dem Ding ausgerutscht hier.
Ja, ja.
Aha. Gott, der arme Junge. Also, er ist aber durch einen Unfall gestorben dann. Das ist ja noch tragischer.
Schon ein bisschen peinlich.
Die große Hoffnung Japans. Hopp.
Erinnert mich so ein
Unangenehm.
bisschen an bei Red vs. Blue, Captain Flowers, an was ist er gestorben? Aspirin Overdose.
Ja.
He was allergic to aspirin.
Oh Mann. Aber gut, mit den ganzen Rekruten, da kriegst du ja nichts anderes als Kopfschmerzen.
Aber trotzdem, was war da mit Sister? So, he died of aspirin overdose. I don't know, you could die from it. I tried.
Oh.
Wow.
Yes, the examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively.
This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
So, how did you know?
Shoe polish?
Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course.
Okay, nicht deine Zunge.
Beeswax, tallow and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish.
Shoe polish is not vegan. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no.
And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebra shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No! I don't know. I don't know anything about these.
Das ist ja nicht deine Schuld, das ist also, ne? Das ist ein Unfall. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life?
Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me.
Ja, ja.
You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose.
Im Mülleimer.
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. Ah, yeah. The 5 stages of grief. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But
And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere.
Of course. But there was nothing in there.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps
All the first class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. But there is something in there. Oh, look! A bell! Oh, what's that?
it's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Und das ist dir vorher nicht aufgefallen, als du reingeguckt hast? Ich verarschen. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
So, ja, bitteschön, dankeschön, nimm das. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Warte, selbstverständlich ist die Glocke am Halsband der Katze so modifiziert, dass das Erklingen jener Glocke eine für das Opfer tödliche Frequenz erzeugt. Das Opfer erkannte jedoch den perfiden Plan und wollte die Katze zurück durch die Lüftung treten. Dabei traf er allerdings die Glocke, die darauf erklang. Die Glocke zerbrach, das Opfer rutschte auf den Überresten der Glocke aus und malte durch die zugezogene Gehirnerschütterung im Delirium ein Graffiti auf den Boden und starb durch die Glocke. Oh Gott.
Did someone say the bell?
Oh Gott. No, it was the bellboy. That's what it was.
Warte, wer hat den gesprochen bei uns? Shadow, wer hat den gesprochen?
Wer hat den gesprochen?
Den Bellboy. Im Mias Fall. Der Page. Mit dem scheiß Teservi.
Oh Gott.
Ah ja, Miss May benutzt gerade die sanitären Anlagen.
Oh.
Hey man! Wo ist das Papier?
Ich freue mich nochmal, wenn ich die Szene nochmal bearbeiten muss.
Wenn du es überhaupt hast.
Natürlich habe ich habe alles aufgenommen.
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket.
Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact.
Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no.
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the seam of the victim's death,
Wo kommt die Schlange her?
should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't.
I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Gladly. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be...
Ich würde schon sagen, die Katze. Oder?
Hat die das nie um den Hals gehabt, sowas?
Oh ja, tatsächlich.
Yeah!
Ich dachte, das wäre... Ja gut, macht Sinn. Macht mehr Sinn, dass sie so den Hals hat. Take that.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question.
The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall.
And the cause of that fateful stumble...
Your absent feline friend, Darka.
Tja, dann buchtet mal die Katze ein.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Conclusion. Death by tripping over a cat.
Death by tripping.
Death by
Fertig.
Tripping.
Einfach der war auf Droge.
Deduction complete. Elementary.
Einfach wie bei meinem Portal Let's Play. Tot durch dumm.
Da, 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 da.
Like a bitch.
No, 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 no. Not even I will give you this one.
Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
Very anxious and nervous.
Oh.
Oh, das Gott hat wieder die Hälfte
Yo,
gefressen.
Anxious and
Mindestens.
nervous kam durch.
Was kam?
Anxious and nervous kam durch.
Well, gee, people do say that cats become very, das was ich vorhin gelesen habe, in new environments.
Schneid's euch zusammen. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired a rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it?
Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infection. Precaution, really.
Mm-hmm. So I listened and listened. Trying. That's... Oh, was nochmal.
Take
Aber in
two.
Wahrheit war es was anderes, denn die Katze ist nicht das, was sie vorgibt zu sein. Sie ist ein Formwandel im Auftrag der Reptiloiden. Sie wurde zur Katze, um unbemerkt an Bord zu gelangen. Dort ging sie sicher, das Zimmer neben dem Opfer zu beziehen. Dann schlich sie sich durch die Lüftung in den Raum des Opfers, wandelte zurück zu ihrer wahren Form, die Schlange, und erschlug das Opfer mit der durch ihre scheinbare Besitzerin ergatterte Glocke. And that's how the cookie crumbles.
Oh Gott. Eieieiei. Wunderbar wilde Theorien. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point...
No.
Sorry.
So at that point, you thought it's safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin?
Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in this diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet.
Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Hey,
Ah,
Idris!
Hi, Idris.
Ah, das war gerade Cat Scream Number 3. Gefühlt immer nur irgendwie so 3 oder 4 Katzenschrei, die immer wieder benutzt werden.
Cat Sample Number 3. Geht in den Streaming-Channel, ich werde hier beinahe reingeplatzt, hätte ich nicht darauf geachtet, die Wurmis. Wir haben keinen Streaming-Channel. Wir sollten einen machen.
Wir haben nur Games und Labern und den D&D-Channel. Beziehungsweise PNP.
Bei unserem aktiven Discord muss man ja ständig Angst haben, dass irgendjemand reinplatzt.
Well, excuse me, Princess Buffy.
Gut, ich hab bei mir im Discord halt einen Channel Voice Acting, wo man halt für solche Spiele.
Ja gut, aber da kannst du ja auch nicht vom Namen her nur drauf schließen, dass wir da aufnehmen oder irgendwas.
Ja, trotzdem, aber da kann auch nicht jeder rein.
Ah, I see.
Ja.
That's a precaution. Well, excuse me, princess. Exactly, that's that.
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... It was such a dreadful bang.
Aha.
And then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Bow chicka bow wow.
Kazuma was... Step on the cat.
Dead. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a... She can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Arsugi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching,
Yeah.
lurching under his feet.
And the kitten got out.
The combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what become about the words?
Sollte ich vielleicht mal die Übertragung niedriger machen? Ob das hilft bei dir, Shadow?
Weiß ich nicht.
Keine Ahnung.
Bei mir kommt es ja genauso abgehackt an.
Ja gut, aber Crimson, als wir halt vorhin im Discord rumgehackt, auf dieses geleckt ohne Ende.
So.
Hab ich aber auch gesagt.
Manchmal, ja, manchmal. Das ist ja nichts Neues jetzt.
Nö.
Ich meine, bei mir kommt jetzt der Stream hier sehr gut an.
Ja
Wahrscheinlich, weil wir auch nicht beide
trotzdem
Nitro
wieder.
haben. Das kann sein.
Hm.
Aber ansonsten sehe ich bei mir jetzt nicht unbedingt den Fehler. Das ist
Ich meine, wir
nur
können ja
dein
trotzdem schon mal
Internet.
froh sein, dass ich kann. Wenn ich,
Halbwegs.
da hätte ich 5 Minuten dabei sein können und dann wäre es Datenvolumen.
Na,
Ja, that's true.
aber es
Das
ist halt
ist-
lächerlich, dass es das letzte Mal, als du kaum was zu sagen hattest.
Ja gut,
Ding.
da konnte ich auch nichts sagen. Oh, das ruckelt wie blöd. Ich halt, konnte ja nichts sagen. Weil ich keine Rolle hatte, wo da konnte es egal sein.
Eben. Vielleicht lief es da wunderbar und jetzt nicht.
Ah, toll. Ich darf einfach keine Rolle haben, deswegen. Ich merk schon.
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Dagger is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Die Schlange hat sie gegessen.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am.
Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened.
Ja, weil ich das verdächtig gemacht hätte, ist klar.
Einfach zu sagen so, ja, das war meine Katze, my bad,
Ja, sie
alles
ist
wieder gut,
15.
okay, wir sind jetzt beim Frühstück, bye!
Sie ist 15.
Jugendknast.
Nehmt die Session doch vorher VS auf und Shadow guckt sich das an im Nachhinein vertont ist. Buh. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Back to the Gulag.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? Yeah.
You're right. Where is it?
Oh god, it's gone too.
Während der
If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? Oh. What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board of this ship?
Oh, I didn't say. It's fine. Snake is my friend. His name is Piroshko.
Of course.
Stroganoff and Piroshki. Lecker.
Hä?
What?
That snake belongs to you.
He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here.
Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin?
But animals.
Not permitted on board.
Ha! We are at sea for 1 year! You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands?
Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better?
But my dear burly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in.
No venom!
Hmm?
Piroshko does not have venom.
Hat er nicht mal Zähne?
Zähne gezogen.
He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny.
It's venomless.
Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile.
And you feed him... what? Milk, I suppose? No, we learned... cats. Cats also. Snakes don't
We
eat
learned
milk.
cats don't dance.
Ah, like they say milk chickens? Ridiculous! Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses.
Ah. Oh. So. Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for?
Duh! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Oh Gott.
Die Schlange halt wirklich so.
Sholmes is just gonna choke a bitch.
It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. What is your purpose in life?
Ja.
How the deuce did something so inept land the starring role?
It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko has nothing to do with this incident.
So, that's what happened. Aber wer hat Wodrop geschrieben? Er? Wahrscheinlich. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Es gibt noch 2 Sachen. Was mit dem Hühnchen und wer hat das geschrieben? Irgendjemand muss ihn ja vorher gefunden haben. Punkte für alle! Kommunismus! Yay!
Oh, ja, immer jetzt für diesen, zu jedem Charakter hinschalten und dot.
Weil ihr so langsames Dot. Als würden 3 Punkte nicht reichen!
Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. Sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But
Miss Mikotaba.
Toll. Es kam nur Miss Mikotoba rüber.
What are you talking about?
Vielleicht muss ich lauter sprechen.
What lies? Miss Everything.
Vector, hallo!
Mann.
Dankeschön für deinen Raid. Hallöchen, ihr Lieben.
Ah, na toll, bei dem Raid mache ich den hier. Na toll.
Das ist Shadow.
Discord, I'm sorry.
Wir haben ein paar Probleme mit Discord mit Shadow. Wir spielen gerade The Great Ace Attorney und wir klären den Mord, oder den Unfall unserem besten Freund.
Tot durch dumm. Fertig.
Tot durch über Katze gestolpert. Sad, but true. Ja,
Ja, danke,
Beispiel
Discord.
Nummer 1.
Fuck!
Das kam durch, das
Alright.
Fluchwort.
Oh, jedes Mal, wenn ich versuche, wirklich zu Voice-Acten, dachte ich Discord, nee.
Nee.
Ah,
Deine Mühe ist uns das jetzt nicht wert. Nee.
Mann! It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident.
Nee, die Katze, der geht's
Also,
gut.
komm jetzt alles durch.
Der Katze
Bis
geht's
jetzt,
gut,
wir haben sie noch
Spectre.
nicht gefunden.
Also theoretisch.
Jetzt ist es Schrödingers Katze.
Ja, im Moment ist es Schrödingers Katze. Sie ist irgendwo. Aber sie ist nicht. Also sie ist nicht dabei gestorben. Sie war nicht der beste Freund. Aber er ist über sie gestolpert. Und das ist Sherlock Holmes.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ja, da fehlt noch ein bisschen was, aber ja. To be perfectly honest, yes.
There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it.
Ansonsten geht's euch gut. Ich hoffe euch auch. Was habt ihr Schönes gespielt? Oder was gemacht im Stream?
Erzähl.
I confess,
Ja, bitte.
I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter.
Oh. Ich Dinge? Ja, du Dinge.
I am only present here for a very specific reason.
Ja, bitte.
The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction.
A distraction?
I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too
Oh,
uncomfortable.
come on! Not again! When did he do that?
Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call.
Skyward Sword hat ihn. Sehr schön. You were, Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, but I overlooked one important detail.
That would be.
The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even.
In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo.
Wup wup. Mit dem Badger-Zug durch Badger-Reisen nach? Okay, das ist gar nicht Badger-Reisen, das ist Plage.
Naja, wir sind gerade mit dem Schiff unterwegs von Japan nach England. Also eigentlich für die andere Richtung. Dankeschön. Das hat eigentlich fast perfekt funktioniert. Für dein Resub mit Prime im 3. Monat. Vielen, vielen Dank. Mit der Cutscene. Es ist nur eine Cutscene. Es ist ständig eine Cutscene. Es ist eine Visual Novel. Badger-Reisen geht weiter. Soon. Vielleicht morgen. Ich weiß es nicht. Mal gucken, wenn ich Bock habe.
Soon, Trademark.
Soon, Trademark. Wenn ich Bock habe, mich zu schminken. Vor die Kamera zu setzen. Das ganze Spiel ist eine Cutscene. Ja.
Danke, danke.
Wir müssen noch nach hieß der Tagestrip ist nach, habe ich vergessen, wie es heißt. Kamakura und Enoshima mit ganz vielen Tempeln, denke ich, und einer Höhlenwanderung. Und danach hat sich die Community entschieden, dass wir Akihabara machen, oder? Meine ich? Ich glaube, es war Akihabara. Gut.
Warte. Enoshima?
Enoshima.
Oh God.
Was?
Shadow, you remember? Miss Enoshima?
Hä? Was für ein Ding?
Junko Enoshima? That's the answer right there.
Ah ja. Yes, whatever that may be. Okay. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Turn around. Turn around.
Turn your back on me.
No. Alright, I'll see what I can do.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin?
Yes.
What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance.
Hey! Ja, Buffy hat Anwesenheitspflicht. Deshalb streame ich jetzt freitags um diese Uhrzeit, weil da weiß ich, dass er wach sein muss. Also da kann und nicht morgen früh aufstehen muss, so rum. Buffy so, was? Warum tue ich mir das ja an? Edo?
Das ist ja, Mensch, okay. Sorry. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten like an idiot that had climbed later. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Yeah, about everything we just said, it's a bit different.
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it?
Forget our whole dance of seduction there.
I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's starting to take shape now.
There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable.
His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident.
Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Ich hasse dieses eine Wort. Unequivocally.
Unequivocally. The writing?
Yes, of course.
It was no mere accident. Well, maybe it was an accident, but someone tried to cover it up, apparently. So, take this.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor for two reasons.
That script, it's Russian, isn't it?
Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe.
I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian.
No, he wasn't.
It is a simple language.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
He could have picked it up very fast.
No, couldn't.
That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not.
Sorry, what do you mean?
You gave me the post-mortem report. You know he died instantaneously.
I'm sorry, I got some brain damage.
Okay, from Captain.
Exactly what I said before.
There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Instant death.
Ah.
Which means, after the victim fell onto the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because
He was already dead.
ich finde es auch interessant, dass es die japanischen Anführungszeichen sind.
That's not the only reason either.
Either.
There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What?
So, Susato-san... Susato-san has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. In other words... Wie? Dass die Katze nur mit einem halben Dingens zurückgekommen ist? Mit einer halben Glocke,
Keine
oder?
Ahnung.
Eine Glocke?
Absolut keine Ahnung, was jetzt gefordert
Warte mal,
wird.
in der Mülltonne, da war ja. War da ein ganzes oder war das bloß eine zerbrochene Hälfte?
Die Hälfte.
Die Hälfte. Die andere
Ja.
Hälfte, die
Die
von
liegt
dir
hier.
hier in unserem Zimmer liegt.
Ja.
Also ist die platziert worden, so gesehen. Was keinen Sinn macht. Oder
Naja,
mitgenommen worden, aber.
Naja, die eine Hälfte könnte abgebrochen sein und die andere hat dann Miss Pavlova einfach dann weg. Ja, jetzt ist er kaputt, na dann schmeißen wir es weg.
Ja, versuchen wir es. Mal gucken. Seems right. Oh, das ist aber sehr 2D. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor.
But the kitten had around his neck, its neck. We already know all about that. When the victim tripped over the cat and fell.
Wie schön, wenn die Hälfte durchkommt.
Ah, soll ich
Was sollst du?
Soll ich...
Soll ich's lieber in Chat?
Ja, nee, dann lesen wir es ja nur nochmal.
Mann!
Das war sehr fies.
Dann das nächste Mal auf und schick das irgendwo hin. Dann könnt ihr es abspielen. So, we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic?
Did someone say satisfactory?
Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw.
What?
If that's really what happened. Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin?
Ah!
Mhm.
Ich krieg nur solche paar Sachen, die kommen.
Die kommt durch. Yes, I remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste. Das war auch nur vor 5 Minuten, Susato! Would you care to explain, Miss Pavlova? Oder, remember we found that. Ja, aber trotzdem, es war 5 Minuten. Ja, das müsst ihr nicht nochmal erklären. Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. Jemand war da drin im Traum. Hat ihn gesehen. That when Mr. Sogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. Das Scott-T-Shirt kommt und die Tischdecke. In order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... Got it? Was steht da Russian?
You are wasting time.
What is it?
Someone else was there? Duh, of course. We knew this.
No.
We know this.
Not me. I was in the wardrobe, sealed. What are you talking about?
Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out.
Actually, the door was open.
Oh, yes.
And only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Ja, aber nein. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened.
You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details.
But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message, and why would I do that? It's stupid.
Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details.
True. Would you mind?
Forgive me, my dear fellow.
As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died.
But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of bell away?
Because it was under the bed or something.
Leaving a half behind was always...
Yes, well,
It was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark.
that too. That too.
The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you? Ja. Er wollte sie beschützen. Seaman Stroganoff.
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor.
Ah.
2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band.
Mit 13.
You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal.
Ah, so that's it.
You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth.
Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure?
You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that Kira can walk through locked doors? Niet! It's impossible.
Ach, he's right. Jonuske, bitte! Du weißt genau, wie das Ding geschlossen wurde. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread... warum sagt ihr... warum das ist Untertuch? Wir hatten das doch schon, dass das nicht geht. Ihr wisst doch, wie es zugeht. Warum sagst du das jetzt nicht? Jemand hat einfach draußen den Knopf bedient. Das Schiff wurde gestoppt. Und die Tür ging zu. Voila. Warum erzählst du jetzt die Story mit dem Band? Wo wir schon von Anfang an wissen, dass es nicht ging. Wo du selbst gesagt hast, nein, das geht nicht. Warum erzählst du das? Ah! People often tie thread around door ledges so they can open and close them from the outside. Sorry.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
Ja, das hatten wir schon. No, of course not. I thought so too.
You just...
But Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so...
Well, fuck him!
Sato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? Traitor.
So Seaman Stroganoff has the valid point. The cabin door could have been bolted shut from the outside.
Oh Gott. Oli! Dankeschön für deinen Raid. Gut, dass ihr ja nicht mitgekommen. Ich habe einen Raid von Holly. Hallo.
Oh, I read. Oh.
Ganz viel. Bis love. An die Beards. Hallöchen. Ihr habt gut. Ihr habt gerade nicht meinen Ausraster mitbekommen. Das ist ganz gut. Ja, wir spielen gerade Great Ace Attorney und ich rege mich etwas darüber auf, dass die Schlussfolgerungen einen Looping dreht, der gar nicht nötig ist. Wenn ihr Lust habt, zu bleiben und herauszufinden, wer unseren besten Freund kurze Zusammenfassung, was passiert ist. Das hier ist Kazuma Asugi, unser bester Freund. Er ist gestorben. Und wir wurden des Mordes bezichtigt. Aber wir waren die ganze Zeit in einem Wandschrank eingesperrt. Und wir haben jetzt herausgefunden, dass diese Madame, die im Zimmer, in der Kabine nebenan ist, wir sind auf dem Schiff, eine Katze hatte. Und anscheinend ist er wohl über die Katze gestolpert. So. Und, aber... Nein, falsche Taste. Entschuldigung. Es wurde halt trotzdem eine Sterbenachricht auf den Boden geschrieben. Auf Russisch. Da steht Wardrobe. Also... Ja. Schrank. Wo wir drin waren. Und jetzt müssen wir noch die losen Enden zusammenstricken, wer uns geframed hat im Grunde eigentlich. Und ja, es trägt gerade Loopings, die unnötig sind. Also, viel Spaß, wenn ihr bleiben möchtet. Ansonsten wünsche ich euch einen schönen guten Abend. Hallo, der Waka! Hallo, Woody! Hallo, Shaylee, Omni Haru. Moment. Kara hat böse Worte gesagt. Ja. Und mit dabei sind Kömsen.
Hi.
Und so ein halber Shadow.
Hast du dich gerade vorgestellt? Ich hab's nicht gehört, weil Discord.
Er wird ständig abgebrochen. Nee, ohne bitte Worte, ohne mich. Potzblitz, gar fürchterliche, die ich mich gar nicht selbst wage auszusprechen. Ja.
Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door.
Ach so, hier kommt wieder her, um böse Worte zu hören. Na gut.
Without laying a finger on it.
Und meinen tollen russischen Akzent. Und Chef.
And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before.
I don't believe it.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you?
Hat ich zugehört. A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes mean, Mr. Naruhodo? Du warst dabei, Susato. Yes, and so should you. Mann! Stell dich nicht so dumm an. Because you've seen it happen. Funke?
Indeed, we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Ich drück mal eben auf den Knopf.
Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside.
Von hier?
Well, of course.
Ich kann mir Sachen angucken, ne? Dann kann ich nicht.
Sure.
Habe ich das überhaupt? Nee, habe ich gar nicht. Ich habe kein Evidence dafür. Warum eigentlich nicht? Oh, warte. Das hier vielleicht. Kann ich mir eigentlich angucken. Wird es irgendwann... Okay, ich kann alles anklicken. Dann gehe ich...
Willkommen! Hallo! Xelorax, danke schön für dein Follow.
Es war verdammt mit F. Und mit mehr Ausrufezeichen. Faulpelz. Böse Wörter mit F. Faulpelz, Verunkel, ja.
Willkommen! Und danke schön, Woody, für dein Follow.
Ich würd mit dem Horn gehen?
Klingt möglich.
Oder Telling Signs of a Method. Ah, oder vielleicht das Bücherregal. Ich glaube, das ist damit gemeint.
Das wäre auch noch möglich, ja.
Ich versuche es mit dem Bücherregal. Yes! Klingt gut. Sehr schön. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over.
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all.
Was ist bloß mit Mama Betty? Solch verwerfliches Vokabular. Shame, shame.
When the engines are off, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Oh, ich hab gerade Off-Frame mein Buch, glaube ich. Ich hoffe, ihr habt euch schön gegruselt heute. Ich glaube, ihr habt ein Horrorspiel gespielt, oder? Oder? Ja, erzählt mal. Wie war's? Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know?
Or that isn't in her book at least. Ist das der Fehler, wie sie schreibt?
Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that Ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Flashback.
Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Das waren ja beide. Ah nee, war Hosonaga, Entschuldigung.
Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that.
I'm a pirate now. With brain damage. Are you trying to say that last night, after Miss Asoki was killed?
Ungezogene Frauenzimmer. Gut, dass das Sogi nicht auch mitgerutscht ist.
Und warum ist die Leiche nicht gerutscht?
Ja, eben, warum ist er nicht gerutscht? Gut, dass er es nicht ist.
Die SS Borea made another emergency stop.
Ein Plan ganz zum Schluss, hab ne Blödsinn gelabert. Schon war ich hierher. Das kannst du am besten stehlen.
When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments and everything. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over, and it wasn't me. Oh yes, I remember that. No, it wasn't me. And I stood them up, all up again, didn't I?
Yes. And you've tempered with the crime scene by that. Well done. Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over. Just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my!
Was kann ich? Zum Schluss reinkommen. Glaube ich. Zur Pause.
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
No? Good.
Are you out of your mind? You say Borea made emergency stop?
It does seem a little... How could that possibility possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough.
Ich wette, er hat den Knopf gedrückt das letzte Mal.
Hm?
Ich habe noch nie ein Ace Attorney gespielt, aber ich mag das Setting vom Neuen. Spiel alle Omniharu, die sind alle toll.
Wenn du auf Adventure Visual Novel Style Games stehst. Also ganz viel lesen und ein bisschen suchen, was du so die richtigen Beweisstücke und so.
Und eine hohe Schmerzgrenze, was dumme Charaktere angeht. Also.
Ja, auch. Aber es ist voller liebevoller Charaktere, vor allen Dingen die ersten 3 Teile.
Also der ersten Teil ja, hier in diesem neuen Fall schwierig.
Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside used to trigger the emergency alarm? I'm sorry.
Oh yes, of course.
Und die ersten 3 Teile gibt's auch auf Deutsch, falls du das lieber hast.
Einfach auf Steam suchen,
Ja,
dann gibt's
Ace
das
Attorney.
da.
there was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
It was an emergency. Someone died.
On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm.
Danke, Spectre.
The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait! It was you?
Sag ich doch.
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Dot, 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 dot.
Kommunismus. Punkte für alle.
Das ist.
Punkte für alle.
Punkt. Take a drink every time we got this.
Lass es Wasser sein, dann bleibt ihr alle gut hydriert.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life.
To be pressed.
Ja,
Just
wie
like
hat der
the
Doktor schon gesagt, ne?
Be pressed and depressed, whatever the occasion.
Just like every witness is supposed to be pressed in court.
Except when the game tells you to not press them and just present evidence.
Okay, dann ja. He sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider.
Schlaf gut, Jill. Danke fürs Reinschauen. Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not?
You are idiots! Borea is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere.
Except.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night?
The log. Where is it? Da. Vielleicht hole ich mir irgendwann die Collection auf PlayStation. Ja. Oder Steam oder für das Handy oder für die Switch. Die Trilogie ist überall irgendwie verfügbar, sogar auf dem 3DS. Aber überall anders ist es halt auf HD. In Full HD. Ich würde mal sagen, Ship's Log.
Nope.
Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, is that right?
That is correct. Why?
And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine!
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
Of course.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in the log.
That is Da, because nothing happened.
Aha. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? I ran out of ink. Captain told me not to do
Indeed
that.
so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish.
Punktfrage.
Take a drink. Perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself.
Oh, why?
Well, because I have some brain damage. And if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely
All of us would.
noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it had happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point.
The chicken was poisoned!
What of the throbbing?
Sag ich doch.
Sorry?
Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Ah!
Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke. Woke up. Ja,
Today,
okay.
ja.
Hat ein bisschen geleckt, deswegen dachte ich, es war schon fertig.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavier ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right. My head's been throbbing today too. Ich dachte, das liegt daran, dass er im Schrank geschlafen hat.
And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of
Hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and shackled. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. When did I wake up when all that was happening to me? Was lachst du, Spectre?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Well, yes, sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Reisreste.
well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
Especially last night.
So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it?
All of it, actually. Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
Elementary, my dear Naruhodo-san.
Yeah.
My dear fellow. Does that not strike you?
Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do.
No, really? Is that really true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it.
Sleeping drug?
Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Actually, this is exactly what he means.
Precisely.
Oder nur auf First Class.
Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
Weil sie alle
Conspirator.
weil sie alle Madame wieder haben wollten. Als sie abgehauen ist.
What? Mr. Sholmes!
Well, seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please, no more. I will tell everything.
Eh?
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You're right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
Duh. We could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve?
Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board.
Alles klar, Spectre, dankeschön, schlaft gut.
She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat.
While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly,
Except for one.
thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained.
So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew. People who dislike chicken and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door.
But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. And there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What?
Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug.
Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
Wurde nicht so überrascht jetzt noch.
You have talked long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But I don't know about any of these. I am just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. You use too many syllables. Apologize. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories.
Hey.
We don't believe.
That's a lie.
Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
Ich dachte auch gerade, hä?
I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo,
Oh, yes.
do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind?
What? Accusatory cry of guilt.
Sorry, you've lost me.
What?
Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning
Nein.
spectacular to expose the truth.
Nein. Bitte geh nicht wieder so hart daneben, mein Freund.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you
Okay,
please.
gut, das heißt, wir machen keinen falschen Durchgang. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes?
With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators.
Observation?
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. In the room where it happened.
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning.
Ja, manchmal. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Wait. Oh, okay. Chunky arms! That's not a chunky arm. Turn around. Oh.
Aber schön, wie man sieht, wo die Schlange war, ne?
Ja. Ich dachte, das wäre ein Sonnenbrand, aber nein, das war die Schlange, die ihn gewirkt hat. Muss ich mir jetzt den Ohrring angucken? Someone else was at the crime scene.
Man kann sich ja die Arme trotzdem mal angucken, ne?
Ja, stimmt, wir gucken uns die Arme an. He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree trunks.
Yes, he certainly has sailor's arms. He's a born man of the sea.
Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that water by this man.
Naruhodo-san? Are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought.
Oh,
Sorry, blame those hairy tree trunks.
you like?
You like what you see, tiny man?
Oh, a sailor's hat. Have you noticed something significant about Seaman Stroganov's hat?
Oh, no, sadly not. I was just thinking that if only we'd found it in Kazuma's cabin, it would have been so easy.
That's true. A hat dropped at the scene would have been very conclusive evidence. Oh, that's a point. I'm sure I saw your university uniform hat at the scene somewhere.
That is not a point. At least not one I'd like you to make. Wahrscheinlich dann doch ihr Ohrring, der fehlt. Das ist nicht das rechte Ohr, aber ist okay. Sagen Sie nochmal das Gleiche?
She has such petite...
Ja, sagt sie.
and beautiful hair, like pink little shells.
Oh, what's that?
Zoom?
There's something attached to her ear.
Ah, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry.
An earring, is it? It really is tiny.
Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear.
If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Because on the other side, it looks like these. The chunky arms. Oh,
She has such petite ears.
yeah. Under that beautiful hair. What's that? There's something dangling from her ear.
Ah, that's an earring. The crescent moon. Crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it?
Women do love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from the ears, it seems.
Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san.
So, ich gehe mit dem Ohrring. Do you agree?
Ich wüsste jetzt auch nichts anderes erstmal.
Let's try. Yes! Nope. Wohl nicht. I noticed the dainty jewelry you're wearing on your ears, Miss Pavlova. Were we to find a piece of those earrings in Mr. Asogi's cabin, it would prove beyond doubt that you were there. Although, we haven't actually found anything yet, so...
That deduction was wanting in every way.
I was wanting you to hear it. And I'm quite proud of it. Uh-huh.
And I myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in
I'm
fact.
sorry. I'll try again. Okay, not the earring then. Let's try again. How exactly are we supposed to show that someone else was there when Kazuma died?
I can think of two possible ways. Either we find a trace of something that the person in question left behind
Entschuldigung.
Gesundheit.
at the scene of crime. Gute Nacht, Omiharu. Dankeschön. Schlaf du auch fein. At the crime scene, or if that's not possible,
A trace of something that the person took away from the scene that be that accidentally or deliberately.
A trace of something someone took away.
If you observe closely enough, I believe you will find examples of both.
Both.
Give them a long, hard, and uncompromising stare from all sides. That's my advice.
Hallo. Oh, belly button. Hi. Clever. Oh, look at this.
Stop looking at ass!
I'm not looking at your ass. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place.
yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken.
Ink. And look at the color too. It's clear where this came from. Okay. Got it. Gotcha, wie würde Apollo sagen. Yes! Ah! Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from.
So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain.
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain.
It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, Present the evidence that proves it.
My pleasure. Exactly. Alright then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform really is... Habe ich noch sonst was Ink-mäßiges? Nö, ne? Dann nehmen wir das da nicht.
Das nehmen wir.
Das nehmen wir. Yes! It's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform.
Ink!
A rather unusual color of ink. Purple.
Ugh!
Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance.
The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color.
If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled.
Alright, yes,
My friend.
it was me. I did it. Everything.
Oh, and where's the cat now? The only mystery left.
I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it.
How did you know I was in the wardrobe?
Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop, and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Even though sheet is brown.
Beef, please. You must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you.
The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asoki's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor.
Yes, that is right.
So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova and then visited the cabin next to hers.
Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing. If you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asobi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside...
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
No.
Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. He was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last?
Something very nearly slipped my mind.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
This photograph.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I took this myself, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly.
Mm-hmm.
And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled.
Yes.
However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural.
Er wird umgelegt. Umgedreht. So mal.
What do you mean unnatural?
Ist auf den Rücken gefallen.
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo?
Is that really important? Oh, well, if Kazuma tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photographic print seems unnatural?
Entweder die Schrift oder seine Hand.
Oder generell, wie er da liegt?
Generell so wie er da liegt, weil normalerweise, wenn man fällt und sich das Genick
Bricht.
ist, halt immer so auf dem Rücken.
Ja.
Weil wenn du nach vorne fliegst, wie willst du denn dir das Genick brechen? Außer du knallst irgendwie gegen die Tischkante oder so, dass es da irgendwie den Hals bricht. Aber sonst? Also da muss auf den Bauch gelegt worden sein.
Ja.
Damit es so aussieht, als wäre er erschlagen worden.
Ja. Ich sag mal.
Aber jetzt mal eine Frage, ne?
Mhm.
Todesarten und alles, die wir hier schon alles hatten.
Mhm. Das bei Kitten ist
Ärmste
neu.
und dümmste, also schon ein bisschen tot durch, naja, dumm. Hingefallen.
Hatten wir tatsächlich noch nicht?
Es ist schon ein bisschen traurig, ne?
Tod durch dumm und hingefallen ist ja fast schon der Steel Samurai Fall.
Ah, stimmt.
Ha. Kinda.
Ich guck mal im Chord Record, ob ich das anklicken kann. Kann ich nicht. Kann ich nicht. Okay. Ich bin für Asugi. Position. Yes! Ah, it's not. It must be here, surely!
Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open.
They were open.
And it can be equally helpful to use them.
Sorry. I'll try that. Are you punishing me?
I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely.
That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point.
Was denn?
Imagine, if you will, losing your
Ja,
footing.
ich meinte doch,
yourself.
dass du auf den Rücken gefallen bist. Leck mich.
Would you land as the victim has?
No.
What of your hands?
Oh, vielleicht ist auf der linken Seite was.
Was mich ja interessieren würde, ne? Wenn wir jetzt all unsere Versuche jetzt aufbrauchen würden,
Game over.
würde das Spiel dann wirklich so
Ja.
dämlich sein? Sagst so, ja
wie
okay,
bis
du hast
jetzt
alle deine
immer.
Versuche verballert, du bist schuld, du hast ihn getötet.
Ja, weil jetzt die Anschuldigung
Wow.
so läuft. Ansonsten bei jedem anderen Ace Attorney war so, ja, die ganze Argumentation von Herrn Wright ist so Müll. Wir hören ihm nicht mehr zu. Wir haben hier unseren Ding.
Das ist so was ich weiß. Eher einfach.
Eigentlich darfst du auf einem bestimmten Punkt nicht mehr failen, so gesehen.
Ja, eben. Du hast schon, was passiert ist. Alles so, ja, 100%, das ist passiert. Alles so, ja, hast auch bewiesen und so weiter. Aber dann versagst du bei dem letzten Punkt dann so,
Nö, doch
ja, nee, alles war Bullshit, nein, du bist es gewesen.
Der Witz
Ja,
ist,
weil ja die ganze Argumentation die muss ja von vorn bis hinten stimmen. Und wenn es an einem Punkt halt nicht stimmt, ist die ganze Argumentation für den Arsch.
Ja,
Zum
aber,
Schluss
aber,
nicht, wieso bis
ja, aber
dahin
wie Chiara
ging.
sagte, ab einem gewissen Punkt dürfte es einfach nicht mehr halt, dass es halt wieder auf dich zurückkommt.
der größte Witz ist am Ende von Apollo Justice. Du hast den ganzen Fall eigentlich aufgeklärt und das letzte Beweisstück, was du vorliegst, was nicht das Wichtigste ist im Grunde, ändert die Meinung der Jury. Du hast ja nicht nur einen Richter, der das umschwingt, sondern du hast eine, ich glaube, 5-köpfige Jury oder so. Und je nachdem welches, also wenn du das richtige Beweisstück hinlegst, dann sagen sie halt, ja, okay, Vera ist unschuldig. Wenn du das
Das
Falsche
genau-
hinlegst, sagt, nee, die ist schuldig.
Weil das war genauso wie mit Duncan Romper, ne? Du hast alles bewiesen, der Täter pfeift aus dem letzten Loch und ist schon so wirklich so, und alle wirklich sind schon dabei, sagen, ja, stimmt, er war es gewesen. Und dann scheiterst du an diesem Rhythmus-Minigame und dann
Beweisstück.
und dann wirst du trotzdem beschuldigt, dass du es.
Naja, weil du,
Das ist halt wirklich
wenn
so
du
dieses-
so versucht hast, die Schuld auf denjenigen zu lenken, ja komm, dann ist doch er schuld. Wenn er so versucht hat, von sich abzulenken.
Give him the old razzle dazzle. Okay, weiter im Text.
Also ab einem gewissen Punkt ist es halt wirklich einfach nur Bullshit.
ja, klar. It's
Ja.
a game. Hast du schon vorgelesen gehabt?
Ja, oder? Warte mal. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity.
Hey.
This should be an easy task.
Why do I? Ist es die linke Hand oder die rechte Hand? If Kazuma tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of luck broke his neck, which part of this photograph seems unnatural? Wenn sie nur umgedreht
Ja, wahrscheinlich doch wirklich
haben,
die rechte Hand.
seine?
Ja, natürlich seine rechte Hand.
Ist ja nicht-
Das ist die linke.
Ja, aber
Seine rechte Hand oder seine rechte Hand?
Aber dass das fabriziert ist, ist ja klar, genau wie die Schrift. Aber die Frage ist, warum ist deine Hand geschlossen auf der anderen Seite? Vielleicht hat er etwas in der Hand?
Was wir jetzt aber nicht wiederkriegen, weil die Leiche sowieso weg ist.
Ja.
I don't know.
Everything's unnatural about this. Weil alles davon gestaged ist. Worauf wollt ihr hinaus? Auf die eine Hand oder auf die andere Hand?
Du hast ja gespeichert, oder?
Ja.
Bobby, die Leiche ist
So.
weg. So wie
Über
wenn
Bord
Mutter
geschmissen.
aufräumt, Sachen sind weg.
Da haben die Haie was zum Knabbern.
Okay. Nein. Es ist die andere Hand. Bevor wir das nochmal durchgehen. Lade ich. Ach, die linke Hand. Also, alright, if you really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right.
The exact same thought occurred to me.
No, didn't.
In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Na gut, ist
Aber er ist ja auf den Rücken gefallen. Und da schwierig.
Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something.
What do you mean?
Ah, den Ohrring. Oder was? Na, als ob.
Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
You did?
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Sholmes. Show us, please!
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? You did the entire freaking time.
Ah, ich sag doch, der Ohrring. Hey!
This is what I found.
So,
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us?
It tells us nothing.
I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar. Somehow, I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Let me have a look around.
That's
Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key.
What?
The truth is now tantalizingly close.
I can taste it. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist?
This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
I know where it is. There we are. Take that.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear.
Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose.
Eh? What?
But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon.
Ah,
I don't believe it.
Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him.
Sad.
But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no.
Angel?
No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma?
Drama queen!
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away. It was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I found relax after this horrible long day. Marka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her a favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. Ja, wie sonst ging die Tür auf.
What are you doing here at this time of the night? Oh, Inspector?
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
just a moment. Sorry, but
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face.
Oh nein, sie hat Angst gekriegt und ihn Nein.
Did I threaten you before?
Oh nein.
Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
No, she panicked.
Huh? No, I don't know that name.
My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me.
And now he must die.
But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. Oh, okay. She panicked. Not that way. Good.
I see. So you've run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Und dann macht er den Schrank auf. Ey, Roske. Oh, doch eine Panikreaktion. Aber weißt du nicht, dass die ganze Crew da drin on it ist?
Das hätte alles geklärt. Ja, das ist reine Panikreaktion.
Gott, Mädchen. Oh nein.
Yeah, she's 15, she's dumb.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... Oh, gruselig. As he turned around to look at me.
What the fuck?
Ooh. I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help. From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway.
I heard Nina cry out and thought on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it, although I don't know how you knew I was in the wardrobe. Fine. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door.
Duh. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway.
Hello. It's me.
In wardrobe, still sleeping.
Yeah. Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign.
Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent.
I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway.
Garderobe. Garderobe.
Tell me, garderobe, yeah. Who cares? And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
Ikara. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job.
By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway.
Duh.
Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery.
There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
That...
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? Oh,
What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector?
hat er das nicht auf Japanisch gesagt?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
Okay. Das hätte sie verstanden. Das kannst du nicht verstanden haben. Warum sollte er mit ihm auf Englisch reden?
Plot convenience?
He said an inspector was his friend.
Ah, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard?
Wer versteht sie gerade noch so viel Japanisch?
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I...
May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean... No, he wasn't. Was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know.
What?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... He was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo? The day's work is not done yet. No, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make.
What? Another deduction?
Yes? What action was the victim really about to take at that moment?
He was going to wake me up.
When September ends? Before you go? Can we determine whether? Also, yeah, okay, yeah. Whether the young man's gaze was directed? Blödes Wort. Nutzt doch keiner mehr.
Ist ja auch 100 Jahre alt.
First, consider the victim's location within his cabin.
That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it was.
Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, there's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal a manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Auf den Chat.
Auf den Chat. Hallo Juriox. Gibt das Spiel auch in Deutsch? Leider nein, aber es gibt die ersten 3 Teile auch auf Deutsch. Die Ace Attorney Trilogie. Auf Steam, Switch, PS4, Xbox, glaube ich auch. Handy.
PS3. DS, 3DS, so rum.
So sad.
So sad. It's just a misunderstanding. Oh!
Sie alle.
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord.
Yes, however... What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
Willst du ja nicht wissen. The wardrobe.
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe?
Me.
The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Doesn't matter anymore.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion.
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Ja, ich glaube nicht, dass es noch übersetzt wird. Die zweite Trilogie wurde ja auch nicht übersetzt auf Deutsch. Aber es ist eine gute Möglichkeit, im Englisch zu lernen. Das habe ich tatsächlich auch damals gemacht. Mit Ace Attorney. Die ersten 3 Teile, obwohl es die auf Deutsch gab, habe ich sie auf Englisch gespielt und dadurch mein Vokabular und Grammatik, mein Englisch, mein Deutsch ist auch
Mit
sehr
dem Deutsch
gut.
hapert's noch ein bisschen.
Ja, genau. Schon spät, Mann. Dadurch mein Englisch verbessert. Deutlich. Ich habe auch sehr viel mit Walkthroughs arbeiten müssen, weil ich nicht alles verstanden habe. Aber dann beim zweiten Durchspielen, 8 Jahre später, war es alles schon viel besser, viel leichter. Es dauert halt wahrscheinlich ein bisschen länger oder man versteht nicht alles beim ersten Mal durchspielen, aber es kommt.
Es hilft.
Es kommt, ja, und es hilft. Mir war es schwer aus.
Oh, no! Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you will never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really. I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, The mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Aber 7 Uhr abends, hat den ganzen Tag gebraucht. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then?
Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard.
What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her?
Apparently... bei mir hängt's gerade ein bisschen. Okay. Apparently the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all of that out.
Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then. Oh, du hast eine neue Brille und du bist nicht mehr kaputt.
No, I don't think so.
Oh nein.
Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's an exile for life.
I see.
I'm sorry.
Demon Stroganoff.
I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you.
Naja, hat sich an sich auch mit selber schuldig gemacht.
Ja. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Da.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan.
Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different.
So, you should go back to your cabin now.
It looks my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun, huh? To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh. What's that? Is it... someone weeping? Oh. Susato-san?
Jetzt macht sie Harakiri und dann werden wir wieder beschuldigt, sie getötet zu haben.
Naruto-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know. Ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh.
Still, can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that.
Susato-san.
He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps.
Mishaps.
It's too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know.
I wish there was something I could say.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks for stealing my line. Sowieso immer dieses
das ist so bescheuert.
Fragezeichen.
Vor allem,
Das ist,
die wissen doch, welche Stimme das ist. Von wem.
ja,
Wenn es wenigstens jemand ist, den man noch nicht kennt.
eben. Es war bei Danganronpa genauso. So, oh, wer ist das jetzt nur? Machen wir eine kurze Pause, können wir doch schon mal raten, wer das ist. So, ja, den kennen wir doch schon, das ist nichts Neues. Hä?
Inspector.
My duty was to see Azuki-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. And caused his two close friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder.
Nobody blames you, Inspector.
I blame myself.
And I'm free again. Wait, what? Du Pisser!
Yep, I...
Nun, er war im Raum, also wie lange nicht falsch.
Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why?
What is the meaning of this?
Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles.
Kinky, but no thank you.
Yeah. You will never replace Kazuma.
He knew how to get me off. And the sad part is gone completely. Okay.
Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting.
Sorry?
So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway after all.
He thinks this is funny?
I really don't like you.
Ernsthaft, bitte wieder.
Mr. Soames. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Even though half of you did was bull crap.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences?
A little late.
The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor.
Yeah, I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that happened.
What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant.
Was to be?
In the light of Mr. Asaki's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Ja, nimmt doch bestimmt doch
Qualifications,
den
you
Noob.
say?
Nimmt den Noob.
Wenn, dann sollte sie Lawyer sein. Ich bin der Assistant.
Koalas, you say? Any koala obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Ey.
Oh, but...
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes. Yes?
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Unless... Are you studying law?
No, I'm not, but...
I'm sorry, in that case, I don't... There's even a chance it could work.
Was? Ich frag mich, was studiert. Kunst?
But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Guessing anybody could learn 40 days?
There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate.
But why put yourself in such a difficult position?
For Kazuma.
Of course.
He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato?
Aww. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Dann nochmal alles Gute, Graver.
Das
Oh,
Graver.
ja, alles Gute. Hier Konfettikanone einfügen.
Also nachträglich.
Jetzt inzwischen nachträglich, ja. Ich hoffe, ihr habt schön gefeiert. Es gab lecker Kuchen.
Thank you.
So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say?
Are you serious?
One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable.
No.
Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree?
Fascinating.
Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination.
Speak for yourself, I give you something else.
Besides, Qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now.
I am very good at saying it wasn't me.
Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage.
Very well. I think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice.
Inspector.
After all, I did just make a...
You did.
I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think.
Take your glasses off first before you go there.
I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Rio.
Cheerio.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Judicial assistant after all. Thank you.
Ich bin mir nicht so sicher, ob sie wirklich von dem ganzen Zeug Ahnung hat. Nachdem sie mehrmals den Crime Scene verfälscht hat.
And Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come. Yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Muss ich lernen, wie man Objection ruft? Oder? Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me.
Was?
Make sweet, sweet love.
Okay.
Please throw me to the ground 3 times.
Bounchige Bauer?
Als Fairness für den Susato-Takedown, den ich nicht verdient habe. Fair enough. Fair enough. But no. No.
Hause
What?
Do it.
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin was locked and...
No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times.
Wait, Why?
Und,
Ja,
und wir kriegen,
und ich
nur, und wir
dachte
kriegen nur
drei.
3. Wir kriegen nur 3. Mhm.
So. Also zweimal waren gerechtfertigt oder was?
Ja, das eine Mal, wo wir in Ninas Schrank geguckt haben.
Ja, okay. Und das andere Mal in Kazumas Tagebuch. Na gut. Fair enough. Ah, that number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must.
Pause.
Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't
Do
even
it.
think about it.
Yeet!
Throw
Don't
it.
even not think about it. Don't even think about doing it.
No. I don't even know how. I'd never throw anyone in my life.
Yeah, it shows. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
You throw me.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed.
When did he see that?
I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling?
Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. Try it.
How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer.
Also wenn er einmal so tut, als würde er so zuschlagen, sieht wirklich aus, als würde er kurz eine kleben, ey. Brauchten.
Na, komm, bonk.
Dunk. Und nochmal, komm.
Bonk.
Dunk.
There he goes. Dancing around again.
Donk.
Oh.
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Arresting throw.
Arresting, yeah, sorry.
Dunk.
Und dank.
Dunk.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Und dank.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Nicht an mir, nicht an mir, nicht an mir. Mach's an ihm, mach's an ihm.
Oh, of course.
Er wird fliegen.
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Of
Nein!
course.
Sorry?
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes! Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Und Naruhodo so, I take it back. I go back to Japan.
Nicht mit euch zwei.
Hab die Schnauze voll, ich hab keinen Bock mehr. Springt über Bord.
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
Toll.
Ah, gut. Na, jetzt haben wir 3 Susato Takedowns gut und ein Susato Squash gut.
In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Ja, wir kriegen noch mal ein Gespräch mit ihm. Hi. Partner. Karuma. It's a long sword.
Sephiroth.
Well, Karma has a long history of not losing a single case.
Oh. Oh.
It is really a long sword.
It is a long sword. Ching.
Sword.
That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan.
I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely.
A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana.
So your soul is in it.
Karuma guides me. I truly believe that.
Ah, ich weine sehr. Karuma. So, its name compelled its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling.
On that subject, there is something very important that I have to do in Great Britain,
Who do you need to slice up?
and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Because he's never telling me anything. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London.
Yes, save the progress.
The runaway room. Schauen wir uns doch.
Das entflohene Zimmer?
Ja, anscheinend. Dann schauen wir uns mal das Video an. Yes.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Ooh, fancy. 18. Februar, ja, wir waren lange unterwegs, nicht? Lord Chief Justice Office. Sinnfreie Zahnräder, whoop! Für die Ästhetik.
Members of the court, steampunk lies in store.
Blub, blub, blub. Blub, blub. Back to title. Nein, ich habe gerade gesaved. Muss nicht. Ja.
Oh ja,
Dann haben wir es für heute geschafft. Sehr schön. Den zweiten Fall. Der, ja, der hatte eigentlich auch 8 Stunden, ne? Oder? Nur 6? 6?
Ja,
6?
ja, 6 vielleicht.
6, 7.
Aber gut. Ich habe ja echt gedacht, dass irgendwie noch ein Twist kommt, aber. Ja, okay.
Einfach ein kompletter Fall außerhalb des Courtrooms. Warum nicht?
Hätte ich jetzt auch nicht mitgerechnet. Ich dachte so, ja, wir werden dann alles richtig auflösen, wenn wir dann
Da sind ja.
in London sind. Nee, das machen wir alles an Bord.
So, dann bedanke ich mich für die Beteiligung.
Gute Arbeit, gute Voice-Arbeit. Das war
Gerne,
der zweite.
gerne.
Ja, von 4, 5, ich weiß gar nicht, wie viele Fälle das hat. Ah. Plus der zweite Teil danach kommt. Ein bisschen.
Und
Also zwischen 8 und 10 Fällen sollten wir insgesamt machen in der Reihe.
Yes.
dann würde ich euch allen eine wunderschöne gute Nacht wünschen. Schlaft fein.
Wann soll's weitergehen?
Ja, mal sehen. Ich kann jetzt gar nicht sagen, wann ich wieder verfügbar bin. Weil ich es einfach nicht weiß. Morgen bin ich nicht da. Sonntag würde ich entspannen vor der Arbeit. Also bevor ich wieder Montag zur Arbeit muss, nach 3 Wochen Urlaub. Und dann mal sehen, was so in der Woche sich machen lässt. Ich denke mal eher, dass es wieder auf Freitag fallen wird, weil generell die Wochenenden ja wieder der Hausrenovierung gehören.
Da muss ich ja mal gucken, wie das jetzt aussieht. Ich glaube nicht, dass wir zurück ins Büro gehen im September. Nicht bei einer hier Inzidenzwert von, ich glaube, 100 inzwischen. Oder ab nächste Woche sind es definitiv 100.
Ja, bei euch sieht ja noch ein bisschen schlimmer aus als bei uns.
Not gonna happen, probably.
Na jo, gucken wir dann. Also, habt alle eine wunderschöne gute Nacht. Schlaft fein.
Jupp. Zumindest gestern was bei 90. Was macht ihr denn da? Eng zusammenwohnen. Ich kann ja mal gucken. Im Moment. Blub. Corona-Warn-App sagt 105. Wir haben die 100 schon geknackt. Kein Problem. Und die Schule hat jetzt erst angefangen. September wird toll. Es wird wie letztes Jahr. Alle Jahre wieder. Kommt der Coronavirus in die Stadt.
Jo, alles klar. Dann schlaft fein und für euch gibt's noch den Glatzmatz.
Wenn ich das Spiel beschlossen habe. Sekunde.
Okay, bis dann. Gute Nacht.
So, ihr lieben Kinderlein, es ist schon spät. Doch bevor es für euch ins Bettchen geht, ratet mal, wer da vor eurem Fenster steht. Draußen im Dunkeln, wo ihr ihn nicht seht, just sobald ihr eure Äugelein zugemacht, es ist Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Schließt schnell die Äugelein, dann kommt er sogleich. Spitzt eure Ohren, lauscht jedem Geräusch, dann hört ihr ihn atmen, vielleicht auch ein Schaben, fast lautlos das Kratzen an dem Fensterrahmen, das kommt von der Harke, die er mitgebracht. Es ist Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Jetzt alle Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Und nochmal Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Glatzmatz.